This should be good. Well, Colin, I hope you're good. I hope you had a good week. It is Friday officially. We have almost zero news. Almost. Dapshi sent me on a rabbit hole of performance announcements, and I I don't know enough to performance enhance stuff, so it's not great. It's not great. Oh my God. And the other news is that a lot of things that I'm seeing on social media right now have been duplicates of stuff that popped off last year. And it's really annoying, but also really interesting to see that the cycle is closer than it used to be. So if if we go here, because it's going to be faster, if we remember where we were long ago, somewhere along the line of 8 to 10 years ago, our cycle was roughly 2 to 3 years, I guess, for most of the things. So you see something and then it pops off. And then 2.5, 3 years later, someone else is doing the same thing again. Chris will call in. And so it was like a cycle of 3 years, 2 to 3 to 4 years at a time, but usually three. And now I am seeing things that are coming from specific designers, specific devs creating something on January, and then back in September, at the end of the year, someone else is doing the same thing again. And there is this cycle of duplicates that basically only reward marketing, which is fine. And it's the thing that I've been talking about for the past few years, saying that this is the only thing that I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do. I'm struggling. But it's really fun to see things like that that are just getting basically more visibility and more output based on the fact that it's just someone that has a bigger reach. So that's interesting. I want to showcase one specifically. I don't know if I have it like on hand. I kind of do, I guess. Um, but this thing popped on my feed yesterday, and I don't want to say it looks really, really, really close to what I created, but it looks really, really close to what I created, specifically the timeline of cards and the effect on paper texture and the design that they have selected, the design that they have chosen to create, and the entirety of their creations are, to me, really similar. There is a ton of things in there that are just very close to what I have created, not that creating a receipt is anyway original, right? I'm not the only one to do that, that's for sure. But the use case of the paper textures and the use case of the trails, specifically this trail right here, is really interesting to see that these things are popping off and duplicated. Not saying that this one is getting more traction than mine, because this is on Chinese website, so not as much reach to my side of things, but it is very interesting to see. And specifically when you're looking at the duplicates of the creation, the rendering that I have here, based on when I showcased this video and when they showcased theirs, there is something like 10 days in between the first one that they have and this one, which basically implies that we had the same idea at the same time. But it is interesting that our cycle is now shrinking to a matter of months and weeks compared to what we used to have, which was a matter of years. So cool stuff to see, interesting to have like all of these people creating the same thing at different times, but just implementing it not better, just differently, and claiming it as better. Like this thing, this effect is something that we used to have in some of the banking app that we had in 2015, 2016. and now it's coming back, and it's very like Korean design, from what I've been talking about for the past few years. So it's interesting. But yeah, how are you, Chris? How's the day going? How was your week? How's everything? All of that. Welcome on in, as always. We have some teeny tiny news when it comes to, as I was saying here, I was working on the performance enhancements, but it's really complicated. Most of the lighthouse checks are getting stuck on most of my Chrome add-ons and extensions, and therefore the scores are not really good. And when I'm getting page speed to check it out, it's basically the same thing. So have a bit of an issue with that. Um, Nonetheless, most of the things are pretty good. Most of the things are working, which is exactly what we wanted to have. And so far, I'm pretty fine with it. There are still bugs here and there that I need to fix because goddamn, it's buggy. But we'll see. Um, Congrats. It is really good. Basically, in the beginning of the free tier, I was thinking, do I still have? Yeah, I do. Um, I was thinking about doing just the free icon and not giving you like too much and so on. And I kind of did like everything that is loaded that is not loaded now are icons that you don't have access to in the free tier. But it's just I don't know if it makes sense. And you can simply have access to all of the things by default, and I wouldn't care. The only thing that I would say that is important is the fact that in here, also that's the link in question, in here, these icons are the fifth version of the file, and we are kind of in the 40th version of the file. So there is a ton of things in there that are like wrong, not really aligned and optimized compared to the original full file. Also, that doesn't need to be here. So, that's a thing. But then again, the new file, I still haven't published it or sent, um, because it's going to break anyone's project, and I don't know how to avoid that. So I'm waiting. That's what we have. And also, Chris, didn't you? Weren't you already in there? That, huh? Um, and it's interesting. It's not. It's not close for certain um, reasons, but I can explain that. It's it's interesting. I don't think it's bad to get the inspiration from there. What I would say is that if you wanted to get the curve effect for the navigation, I would highly recommend you do something like this. We go back there so that you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Basically, the icons, each of the icons here are getting a certain amount of rotation to match the rotation of the curve. So I forgot if I still have the one with the lines in here. It's a bit more understandable. Yeah, no, I don't have it. God damn it. But basically, each of your icons needs to take a specific amount of rotation angle based on its position. So index 0, for example, is going to be -12, and index um, 5 or 6 in that case, or 4 technically, is going to be uh, 12 or minus 12, like the opposite of the first one. And so, and then everything that is in between is going to match the curvature of the selection. So that's something that I could highly recommend you do in order to get it more better. Otherwise, you end up with something that is, and I should stay there to be honest. Let me see if I can find. Does Yeah, UI drain is not there, and that's obviously not a good idea. Um, you probably have seen that before. It's calendar based, I think. Um, Interface navigation thingy that a lot of people have been reposting and using as references, which is not, I mean, to me, it's not really good, but I get why people are getting it, or at least using it as a reference, mainly for the colors, but also for the layout, because it's pretty. It's pretty. I should just stop there. It's pretty. But it's not really practical and or realistic for what I'm trying to talk about here. I am once again not going to find the thing that I'm talking about. God damn. Um, I know we had talked about it and we showed it here before. Probably one of these things. I know the color scheme. That's the thing that is annoying. I just know how it looks at a glance. And if I don't see the glance, then it's not gonna be there. I could go into dot. I'm guessing if I take a look at the dot UI, I'm getting the one that I'm talking about as a reference. But also I'm looking at everything right now, which is not a good move. I should have stayed in design or web to get all the things related. Let me give myself 5, 4. That's similar. 3, 2. This one is cool as fuck. 1. Yeah, well, it's not there. Let's see. I mean, this is similar. It's not exactly the one that I had in mind, but they are in the same realm, these ones. If you take a look at how it's presented, it feels wrong. At least to me, it feels wrong. The text for the days should have angles, and the numbers should also have angles to match the curvature of the thing that they want to have. So it's not the thing that I had in mind, but it's kind of the same vibe, and that's a good reference of how it looks. So for you right now, it's kind of the same thing. You would benefit from having like a bit more curvature and angles. The other thing that is really important to me is going to be here. Let me just paste that there. Your icons don't have the same weight. So this one is selected, so that makes sense. Also, your selection isn't fully rounded, but I mean, that's fine. We don't really care. Let me just do that. For your alignment. So right now, this one is not centered. I can't. Okay. Right now, your profile or people, your pin, and your settings have the same visual weight with the same roughly amount of space around to the edge of the container in which they are. Your map and your delivery also have that. So, yeah. Oh yeah, no, I mean you can. The thing that I'm I'm not really secretive about anything anyways, but it's like, do you think creating something or recreating something that someone else has done already is the right route for the product that you have? So if like if you think that this curved idea that I had is the right way to do it, then do it. There is no more question about it. It's just like, well, I thought it would be a good idea, and therefore I did the thing in question, and that's about it. Um, but if you want to create this, I can feel how you did it, which is really interesting. You did this. You created your tab bar, and then you said, well, I want it to be curved, so I need a point here and a point here. And then that needs to be up to have my structure. And either you went with the 400 slash 4000 corner radius thing to get the edge, or you went with the I'm gonna round these with the Bezier curve, or you did that from the edges directly, but then you just bump that. So the only difference that I see, or even though it's not really visible, your cat, hi, walk on it. Your corners are a bit like, yeah, a bit strong. So, so that's a thing. But yeah, no, overall, it's if you do this and you use a mask or you use something else and you try to get like the probably okay-ish rendering, you might be able to, but it's really complicated to get like the proper thing. So I would highly recommend you do either through a circle or through something else. So circle is going to be like you create the most massive thing you can that matches your angle. You know, work on it. How are you? And then you get the edge or whatever you want. Like for example, here I might just do that and take this at 45 degrees to have like my transition, stroke in pure red, making sure that this thing is centered. And then now I have like my overall arch, just rounded the corners, and you're kind of good. You have your thing. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, however you want it to be. But as soon as you have this, you have a proper curve, and then it's just a matter of cropping it in the right spot. So that's that's the easiest thing to do, rather than doing like a mask or rectangle or something. Did you land on the opposite side of the... God damn. Um, that's crazy. So yeah, other than that, um, the main thing, sorry, the main thing is ensuring that you are doing uh, the right stuff for the product. So if your product you think it's a good idea to have the curved thing, then you have the curved thing. If you think having the buttons at the top is also a good idea right there, then have the buttons above. But that is in my views, it really depends on the project and the product, and this one still isn't very much a good idea. This navigation is kind of bad. Mm. it is kind of bad. People don't, I mean, it's fun, but that's it. Nothing else. So even though it works and it's interesting, and specifically with the version that you currently have, which is basically that with your two buttons at the top and then your curve at the bottom, um, you can, I would say specifically now and specifically in the beginning of uh, building the app, even if it's for the design research and so on, I would highly recommend you use as much native component. We good. We good. I just need to I just need to die first and then we good. Don't worry about it. It took a while. It took a while to come back though. That's the that's the thing that is kind of wild. Uh it happens. But yeah, no, I would say using the native navigation instead of uh of a custom one in the beginning would be much better and help you go way faster than uh, trying to create something that has character and branding on the first go. I don't know why it's broken. Good job. I don't know why it is breaking. Uh, like basically at 30 minutes of stream, almost every stream there is a bit of a thing. The only stuff that I know, and I've talked about it, is that downstairs there is construction work happening, and in that construction work, they are touching the internet cables and so on. But if they were to cut one by mistake, the stream wouldn't come back. So, I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know why that happens. But yeah, other than that, Chris, I feel like you should be pretty good. It's okay to replicate and duplicate some of the navigations that exist. It's just, to me, it's just like, is this really what matches best with the project and product? If that's the case, then good. If that's not the case, which is usually never the case, then maybe something else is a bit better. Like maybe a navigation like this, even though not exactly the same, but maybe something like this would be a bit more aligned with what you're trying to achieve. Maybe something like this because you have like the map in the center and so on. So yeah. Um, yeah. The fact that everything looks the same, I do agree with you that this is kind of annoying at times. Most people right now doing this because this is the native liquid glass navigation. You know, like that switch was crazy. Dang, dang. I mean, it's the same person, but god dang. Why just post one in black and white and the other one in colors? More views. Uh, nonetheless, to me, it's just a matter of making sure that you have the thing that works the best. Have a good look, have good food time, um, for the project. So if you want something that stands out and have like a different navigation, a different system, um, that will make the app be recognized and recognizable from like the outside rather than anything else. The navigation is usually not the main trait, even though I the can navigation is the main trait. Like it's the navigation, it's the curve, it's what makes it interesting in some places, but then the rest of the product is also interesting. Anyways, here, um, your navigation might be differentiated different by having a different type of things in there. Like right now, I'm seeing you have the chat, the plus, the people, the map, the discovery, and then the settings. And that alone might be better to have your profile in the top right, like most people are doing, your settings in the top left, because that makes a lot more sense. And then your chats somewhere around here, and the rest somewhere around there. The Obviously, because right now I feel like this is some sort of a dating app. I would say going through Bumble is probably going to be the same reference as what we have, where you chat around here because it's the closest to your thumb, and then you have your settings and your profiles and so on. So that's the type of thing that could be um, used, but it really depends on the goal of the app and what you want to do. The navigation need to be unique, but match the goal of the app. And for me, for Can, the initial thing was I wanted to have the radicals, and in the initial thought and thinking of the app, I wanted to be able to write the kanjis on my screen. And then I did some research and I figured out that it was shit and it shouldn't happen, but the navigation was done. So now we have that navigation at the bottom. But I mean, I get it. Overall, it's an interesting thing to have a different navigation. You still have the same navigation anyways. The fact that it's curved or not curved, glass, not glass, at the end of the day, it's just a tab bar. So you might want, if you want to stand out, you might want something that is very much standing out, other than a different design for tab bar. Like it might be something like a Pinterest blob. Like I don't think this can be done around here. It might be working there if I think about it for 1 second. Shit like this, that type of navigation, for example, could be an interesting overall thing for the whole system, the whole app. But nonetheless, I agree with you that everything is the same, specifically right now. Like most of the stuff that we see are going to look similar, look the same for many reasons, but like, it's proven patterns, and these proven patterns make sense, but I get it. I think what would be very interesting to bring back is Snapchat style navigation. That's something that I haven't seen again well made since Snapchat kind of height. If you remember it, congrats. If you don't, it's fine. But yeah, that's the thing in question I was talking about, kind of like that thing. These don't really have the curve that I'm talking about, but that's the color scheme that I had in mind. But yeah, so as reference, Snapchat navigation is basically this. You have your main screen that you start here, and if you swipe to the left, you arrive there. If you swipe to the right, you arrive here. If you swipe up, you arrive there. If you swipe down, you arrive there. And so you had this 5 screens navigation potential before anything else. So you have your camera in the center, but if you just swiped, you arrived on your messages. If you swiped on the other things, you had the news, as far as I remember. At the top, it was the effect, and at the bottom, it was something else, or the settings at the top and something else at the bottom. But that's a system of navigation that I haven't seen remade since then. That would be interesting. So that, but if you want the curve, use the curve. Again, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying maybe it doesn't match the goal of the app, and that would be kind of sad to get something that isn't necessarily, you know, matching. Now that my brain is kind of warm, not really, but kind of, I do remember, and also because I read this, your van life thing that you talked about. It's interesting. Um, yeah, I mean, I think um, you probably have seen that. I'm gonna make it like way fatter than it needs to be, but there is this thing on a lot of phones, including the iPhones, where you basically have this thing that is on the side of your phone, usually in the center, uh, or wherever you left it. And it's just if you click on it, it just expands the navigation for whatever you want to have. So if you have like a central navigation at the bottom, and yes, it will add one tap. So yeah, like you tap it, and then you end up with the full navigation. It's one tab that is not necessary, but it's also really cool. Um, but that's a very simple thing to implement as well. So, but navigation with one hand helps. The current process or the current, not best practice, but like pattern, I would say is one or two at the top and five or six at the bottom. And that's usually what we have. Sometimes the top section is just like additional content or stuff that is not necessarily as important. So if I'm here, for example, most of my navigation is at the bottom. The search should be at the bottom, but I can't do that here. And then I have um, this. I just have this button to expand some help, but that's it. And then all the other things are at the bottom, thumb reachable, and that makes a lot of sense. And the only one that has a bit more of intentional navigation is this, where you have your upgrade button that is at the top and your settings button that is at the top as well, so that you don't conflict the two. Yeah, and welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How was your week? How's everything? So that's the thing, at least for me. It's just like navigation should be reachable in one hand, but it's also like not as reachable as people make it seem. So, um, the thumb reachability zones things, these ones are the updated version of what they used to be. What we used to have was this, or specifically that section, which basically lied in the fact that some of the corners were more or less all the time reachable, and that's never the case. So with these new things, specifically uh, bitch, specifically that one, if you wanted to get like a navigation that is more organic and ergonomic and useful and so on, having like your main navigation somewhere around here is a pretty good idea. Um, I fear open claw. I feel like there is something about it that's gonna break. Also, why did you break? Oh my God. Cool. Hope for the best. Uh, so yeah, in terms of navigation, I think this is something important. making sure that you have like something ergonomic and organic makes more sense than a tab bar in some cases. But it depends. It depends on you. Um, Also, that is a good thing to know. Um, this is old. This is some of the thing that Luke was working on. We've talked about Luke before. Uh, Basically doing most of the navigation and UX for mobile phone and Android. So it's been a while, but most of the data is still true. Weirdly enough, that a lot of people in with phones are using them with one hand, but lately most of the phone are using them, or most of the people are using it with the phone in one hand and then the finger, or um, like there is something for support, and then the other hand is doing something else. So two-handed is is a common pattern as well. So that's you know interesting to see for navigation points. I would highly recommend something like this. But then again, going back to what I was about to say here, because this is like your van buddy thing, which I'm guessing is going to find someone to, I don't know, have a van trip together. Um, eh, I don't know if a regular navigation isn't better than a custom one. And the main reason for this is the demographic and the target audience require a lot of research in order to make sure that you understand exactly what you're getting into. So, um, this is the common pattern. This is a tab bar, nothing to complain about. These two buttons are bottom toolbar items. It's fine. It's working. It's easy to do, and so on. But going with something a bit more organic and innovative might end up biting you in the ass, mainly because of the target audience. So we had this ID. I don't think I have. I don't think I have these files um, anymore. I doubt it. I doubt it. Um, Maybe. Let me see. Basically, at some point in one of the project I had, I decided to go with a bit of a more innovative navigation system for something that already existed. The thing is, when I presented it, and I'm guessing it's either in the graveyard if I saved the graveyard, but I didn't. Um, oh, it's somewhere else. What? Basically, the system was too advanced and innovative compared to what people were expecting to see. So, yeah, it didn't work. It didn't really work. Anyways, so I would say that's one of the most important thing over the navigation itself. You kind of need to make sure that the thing that you're trying to create is aligned with the people that are going to use it. Otherwise, you will end up with something that is not like viable. Again, I want to repeat myself. This is a very basic and native understanding. This is a tab bar. People understand how a tab bar look, and the fact that it's just a bit curved, that's fine. But you could go a step further with something that is a bit more van related, and have the steering wheel, the top of the steering wheel effect there, with potentially the icons being etched into the leather. You could have something that is looking like the dashboard of a car for like the HUD at the top to get like the transition here. So instead of having the curved tab bar like I did myself, you could do yours uh, like this, basically making sure that you have that here and dropping that point there, and then play with the colors, the whatever, but you have like that still interesting at the bottom section um, for what you're trying to achieve. So that could be interesting as well, and more aligned with what you're trying to get here. But it's on you at the end of the day. The thing that I'm seeing as well on this one, even though you said that it's a preview mockup thingy and that it doesn't represent what you had in mind, which makes sense. You are using, even if it's not like on purpose, but I'm guessing it's on purpose, you're using an image of someone that is in theme. Like there is no question that brown t-shirt, that kind of grayish green in the background vibe around here matches the rest of the app, and that's usually never gonna happen. So I would highly recommend you go through like another set of research for whatever image you want, and find like an unrelated, very much unrelated thing. Like, let's see if we have in the portraits and I mean, the red one is going to be very strong. We can use this one because it's kind of the opposite. We still have the ginger hair, which matches the theme, so I wouldn't necessarily do that. But by getting like a picture of something that makes a lot more sense, like for van life situation, that would make a lot more sense. And it's blue and it clashes with the app design, and therefore you don't have that magnificently optimized interface. You have something that is more realistic. So that's a small tip, just a small tip. But yeah, just a smidge of something. Steen, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's the week going? How's the day going? It is Friday, so the usual thing. I forgot to do that. I forgot to do the TikTok thing to share that I am live. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it so much. So yeah, I would say that's my recommendations here, and specifically for the navigation, this one can work. I think it's gonna be on the treatments that you give it. If you give it something that is more closer to what I've done here, for example, this is like a bit of a mix of the current liquid glass thing plus what I have with the curved navigation, which I haven't done yet, or something like this, then glassy might not be the best option for that specific use case. But eh, it doesn't really matter. As long as people can navigate, we good. I don't think we have. I don't think I kept screenshot of the first version here. I do have them on the old computer. Yeah. Mm. Anyways, anything else on that? Overall, I'm fine with you duplicating the curved navigation if that was the main question. We have some half news here where, as I said, I've been trying to make sure that this thing is a bit more smooth. You can see the it's not really lags, it's just because we have different points where things can be held. Um, but yeah, one of the things that I haven't changed or touched is the corner radius, and I feel like this needs to happen where if I'm getting something very sharp, for example, right here, and my corner are really sharp, when I'm dragging it, the bottom element is still using the previous default corner radius. That's something that I'm thinking of changing to make sure that we have like proper alignment. But yeah, I don't know if it's necessary. And also, I don't think the blue makes a lot of sense. So I'm gonna change that to be a lighter gray for sure and make it make sense. In the discussion of using other tools, Yan specifically, um, I've been testing out open code mainly because it has free models in it, and it's not great. It's I don't like it. Something about it just doesn't work. And yeah, I don't know. If you are using cursor and you have something that is like myself with the limit, hard limit on how much you can use a model for free or included in your account and so on for the amount of requests and such. Opus 4.6 that just dropped still isn't locked. They probably forgot that that was the case. And so for me right now, I can still use Opus 4.5, 4.6, even though I'm not. Um, I'm demoted to the free tier, so that's interesting. I don't know exactly how it works, but right now I can. So cool stuff, cool stuff, cool addition of stuff, um, and we'll see if we can keep that for a long time. But yeah. Um, so I was doing the optimization for the landing page for the editor to make sure that it was working. It turns out that when I was testing things, I was testing on the npm run dev, which is not the optimized build. And so now I know that I need to run on npm start, which is a bit different because you need a build first to have the optimized version of the build and then start to just have access to the thing. So now I know I can check that out and it's fine. The lighthouse score that we're getting, which is where Dapshi sent me in a rabbit hole on Wednesday, is fine, but it's not like the greatest. We are at like 80 something most of the time. Welcome on in, Dapshi. But it's good. It's I've made some progress, kinda. So we should be fine. Overall, the test and the lighthouse score is mostly out the window because of the like.
Irish John Games raided my stream with 29 viewers.
At this time of day? Oh my god. John, welcome on in. I hope you're good. Welcome on in. Kilted Ninja, welcome on in. Captain Corder, welcome on in. I've seen you before. I've seen a lot of you. For those of you who don't know me, hi, I'm AOA, I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. It is Friday. Fridays are review day. So if you have anything you want me to take a look at, feel free to share a link in chat and we'll take a look at that. As always, if you need a raid and run, do that. If you need a raid and stay, do that. But yeah, welcome on in. Brain. My dyslexia is really hard. Harioka, welcome on in as well. Brian, welcome on in. Um, I review stuff. Take your time. Have a good look as well, John. I hope everything is good. I hope the now new time, it's been a while in the new house, is also pretty cool. So appreciate it. Um, what do you mean you're not a sub? It happens. It happens. Um, it happens. Right now, if you're not aware, if you're not in the design community, I get it. You don't understand and you don't know exactly what I'm talking about. But a very specific website, sorry for the flashbang on this one, called Bento has been acquired by Linktree 2 years ago, and they just announced that in about a week they are dead. And that amazing website that they have created is just dying. Therefore, because I didn't know what I was doing, and I said I need to find
Hyocat is now following.
an alternative to this thing. Instead of looking at the potential alternative, I built my own, which is a very bad idea. So if you need like some sort of a link in bio situation for all of your socials and so on, this is an alternative. And the goal for this, most importantly for me, is not to make a profit out of it. It's to make sure that it's sustainable so that I can not be bought by a big company. So making sure that the people that are paying for it for like the themes and so on are covering the bills. And then the goal for that is to have the price go down as much as possible. So we start at $30 a year, which is half the price of most of the other platforms. And then if we reach 100 paying users, it goes down to 26. And then if we reach 200, it goes down. And then until we reach $6 a year, which is cheaper or kind of cheaper than a month on every other platforms. So, because I don't care about profit, that is the thing. However, for transparency reason, and also this one is the dev environment, so it doesn't make any sense. But um, we don't have a lot of people in the payment section. We have 28 users, but we don't have anyone paying yet. And I'm in the uh so yeah. If you want to join, please join. Highly appreciate it. But right now, I'm trying very badly to figure out what is wrong with it and how I can improve upon it. But also, I don't have any design skills or any design skill. I don't have any dev skills and only design skills. And therefore, I'm relying on Cursor and other platforms to just help me go through the analytics and the optimization. But right now, it's really bad. So yeah, if you know things, please help. Also, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, I have been the highest supporter of me not making money since I was born, apparently. I build an app for learning Japanese, which is basically the free version gives you everything you need to learn Japanese in terms of reading. Um, and most of the other apps that are teaching you Japanese are giving you like the first section, but not the rest. That's I don't like money. I created a UI kit that started at $2, one-time payments, $2. So everyone that just bought it the first day had the cheapest cut ever, and then it just grow in size and in content and in price. And then I just built this thing, which is a perfume app for your perfume collection and so on. It's like a one-time payment because a subscription makes no sense. So overall, most of the stuff that I'm doing is just not good for monetization and business sides. This is really bad. Don't do it. Don't follow my lead. Do not follow my lead. It's really bad. But it's just it's just the thing that I do. And specifically for this one, I really wanted to have uh something that is like sustainable at the minimum, and then if it makes money, cool. But that's it. I don't care. I basically want to avoid uh this. I want to avoid that. Is joining whatever. Like I no, no. I want the thing to be as sustainable as possible. And so I did the math, and the math is really bad. But overall, one user at a specific amount of size is costing 5 cents per month based on the recurring pricing and so on. So by bumping the thing to 50, I'm covering at least 5 free users, and in case of emergency funds. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't hate money. I do like it. I have some, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. The goal is for this to never die and remain active as long as the bills are paid. And if the community can pay the bills, then we're good. That's the goal. And making sure that it's working and it does everything that it's supposed to do, like not do the selection, is pretty nice. But yeah, here is where we are so far. And by recommendation from Stony, which you've seen, Stony Eagle in John's chat before, we now have the ability from the free tier to get access to the theme so that you can see how it looks in other design, other format. If you wanted to change like your grid overall to get something a bit more tighter, a bit tighter, less square, more square. That's fun, having some backgrounds, having some interactive backgrounds. It's always really hard to showcase the interactive background. Also some themes, if you like colors, can have different things. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. So yeah, that's a pretty good system overall. We do like it. We do like it. It will work. At least for myself. I have the support for myself. I can pay for myself. And that's good. But yeah, right now I'm trying to fight with the lighthouse score, which is really bad. And I don't know exactly how to fix that, and I can't really read the lighthouse score. That's the thing that is kind of complicated. Like, that's bad. As a designer only that doesn't really know what's happening and how things are happening, it's really hard for me to fix and figure out why the things are breaking, even if I read the messages that are related to the console and what it's giving me. It's not long, to be honest. Yeah, that's kind of shit, but also it's because of the extensions, but it's kind of shit. I basically started on December 21st. I had to go to the family things on the 24th, so I had 3 days. And then since I came back on the 28th, I kind of worked on this in and out, but I have can, perfume, ban, mom, air, different projects that I'm working on at the same time, so not full time, but kind of. So not so long. I would say a month and a half, 2 months in calendar time. which again, I'm repeating myself most of the time with this. I'm not working on it. Cursor is working on it, and I'm just asking Cursor to work on it for me. So, yeah, as the title implies, still not a dev. Will never be. Will never be a dev. Maybe one day, I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. So yeah, right now I'm kind of fighting with these things to make sure that I have something that is viable, and then if I'm getting like the best performance needs to be on the profile page, like the view from visitor point of view. Like I want this to be working, but it's also like not. It is better, but it's not great. So it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad. And none of this makes any sense. Like there is stuff about reducing JavaScript, and apparently I have a lot of payload stuff, but it doesn't give me any information that just works for me. So it's wild. It is wild. One of them, by the way, is annoying because this is the NodePass extension, so that doesn't really count, and therefore ban is really small overall. But it's pretty hard. Nothing really makes sense on this one in terms of performance. So I'm just unsure. Just unsure. If you have some recommendation, please help. Please help. Also, I've done some very teeny tiny changes earlier today that I haven't pushed to production, but I still check in between the two. We are better without the extensions, but it's still not great. The performance and the SEO are going down. Bad, bad. So we'll see if that does anything, to be honest. Also, yes, I'm still not a dev, so my commits don't have commits, don't have content or titles or names or descriptions. I know it's really bad. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It is fine. So yeah. Ah. I was thinking about adding a new card, but I feel like dev season means such a rabbit hole of performance enhancements that I need to stay there in the performance to make sure that the thing is working. But we'll see. We will see if that build properly. What do you mean GEO? Google Engine Optimization? I have something that is missing, which is the robot.txt file, which I think I should add. Let me rephrase that. I should add the same thing that I added for the LLMs. I have something, kind of. And I kind of talked about it before. Like, basically, I have the /A, which is my regular profile for any users. And there is a /LLM as well that exists, which has some marketing prompts, some what is in this profile situation, and some more marketing prompt at the bottom, so that any users is basically marketing pushed for everything. So I do like that for many reasons. Um, and this is also in the metadata tags. So that basically inside of the metadata there is a thing that says if you want to let them read this, it's easier to read than passing the whole page. And yeah, but I don't know like GEO. Mm. Yeah, that is not gonna help. Um, Specifically here in France. That's working. Yeah, that is an option. Indeed. Oh, generative engine optimization. Yeah, I don't. Mm. Yeah, well, thank you. I don't know. I mean, I do know, but it's the same. Technically, from my point of view, if you are doing your SEO properly, you should have your generative engine optimized at the same time because the LLMs are going to parse your website with the text first, and therefore, if your text is optimized, it's gonna help. But uh, you know, at the end of the day, it's just like if the content is optimized, it work for search, and the LLMs are gonna be parsing the websites, all of them, and then analyzing and using that as uh, data structure, then we should be good. Is this better after the push? I doubt it. But yeah, it was the readme.llm that was the initial idea or the initiators for me from last year. So someone said that they wanted to have like a readme.llm file inside of their GitHub um, resources. God damn. It's better, but it's not great. For the same reason, like they basically wanted to have this in order to ensure that because right now LLMs are parsing GitHub repos more than human are doing it. You want the LLM to understand what's happening, and so having like a formatted MD file basically was a bit better. So that was a consortium thingy. That is interesting, but you know, interesting concept nonetheless. And so having the exact same logic for the website itself and following the same agentic based thinking when you're placing some of the content that is in there makes sense. So, you know, just the easy stuff. All right, that's fine. It's not good though. That's the. I don't like the fact that the fucking images are not loading by default. Like there is something about it that is just wrong. So that's bad. And then the performance of the display is probably going to be fine. I think I was at 80 something earlier today, which is fine. It's not great, but I'm probably going to be at 60 something on this one, just for the sake of alignment. Yep. Copy. I really don't understand. That's the thing that is kind of wild. It's just I ask Cursor to implement improvements and the score go down every time. That is just wild. Wild. Good thing I can revert though. Copy. Still don't get it. Still don't get it. One day will make sense in my head. That's not gonna be today. So we had that. The other thing that I wanted to kind of work on is the display design thing related to the landing page. I feel like it's fine, but there are still things in there that are really basic AI generated content, which I don't like. Most of it has been reworked, just a smidge, adding some very subtle gradient around here, adding like transitions and other things like that is important or interesting. The thing that I was thinking about is adding the theming properties directly here so that people that are navigating to this thing could potentially see how they can or how they would have access to a theming engine. But then thinking about it, it doesn't really work. It doesn't really work because you end up with something that is way too bloated in the first place compared to some of the other thing that we are seeing. I'm using Bento all the time, and I'm sorry for the flashbangs all the times. But what Bento had was this video at the top to show you exactly what it looks like, and then followed by very simple version of the grid with teeny tiny micro interaction that are simple links, and you can just click on it and you know, like have the thing navigate you to the page in question, and that's about it. And then you have the link, but that's it. And so I don't know. I mean, I do know that adding something that is a bit more interactive and showcasing the theme might be a good idea for me as the designer to show that it exists, but also this is okay enough for now. So that's the thing. The only stuff that I'm kind of pissed about is these things because I have them on at the top of all of the sections. So it's debatable, but I feel like uh, we need the .llm on the landing page as well. I think that's what's missing, at least for me, to get that to work. Yeah, no. I'm debating reverting the code. Because if I ask, and then we change something that is good, and then we have to revert. Hmm. My brain is thinking too much on something that is not worth thinking at that instant. Um, yeah, I feel like that's the case. I feel like reverting to this will probably give us a better, um, a better score when it comes to the page. Specifically, if I go into incognito and then just there, um, then it's probably going to be much better than what we currently have. And then you can change stuff on the landing page. I think it's just the performance that are not good. Yeah. Like we're at 66 with the performance improvement that have happened, and 82, I think, which is basically the same thing. So that revert is better, which means I'm gonna revert the entire thing just for the sake of resetting. Let's see if that's better. Yeah, these improvements are not not good. Not good. What do we want to do though? I should put that there. That is a fair point. That is a fair time today. God damn. 2 times in a row, roughly, of day. That's crazy. That crazy. It's taking longer than usual to come back. That's the thing that I'm noticing. I don't know why. Last stream on Wednesday was kind of the same thing not because it was like roughly, mainly, I'm guessing because of the heat. The temperatures outside are higher than usual, and that's might be the reason. I doubt it. We never know. We never know. So yeah, that's the improvement that we potentially have on this. I don't think that will make any sense. What can we do? What can we do on this one? The lighthouse scores are really bad. To make changes on the landing page only first, in order to ensure better performance and scores overall. Yeah. Without breaking the rest of the app. One of the things that also is weird is that I have a feeling that the landing page would benefit from being as much HTML and CSS as possible rather than just JavaScript related stuff. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see if I'm bumped out of Opus 4.6 already. I doubt it, but we never know. Sometimes it happens. It's also like the cursor itself has been updated lately with new stuff. Holy shit. And so that is not the greatest, but yeah, we'll see. That is stating excellent, which is not true based on the crashes we just had. Um, but yeah, that's bad. That is bad. um, Everything is in TypeScript as well. Like the TSX files is things that I don't understand, so that doesn't help in the slightest compared to Swift UI, as I mentioned before, where for some reason I understand the code. TypeScript makes no sense. The structure makes no sense. The rendering makes no sense. And because it's not like HTML and CSS are fine, specifically because right now I'm using HTML with Tailwind. It's supposed to be easier, but for some fucking reason it just doesn't make any sense. The front end is just so hard, and I don't know why. And then going back to some of the discussion that we had last week, it seems that vibe coding in general, but also like building your own product is really easy and really simple when you're doing apps. But as soon as you touch front end content and web content, it is absolute trash. And I can attest that this is the case, at least for me. That's wrong. That statement of the real issue is the fact that frame of motion is adding a significant amount of weight is not necessarily true. Most of the animations can be done through CSS directly, as far as I remember. So should be good. This grid, for example, needs to remain with JS. That makes a lot of sense. All of the things that are related to the sign in and sign up needs JavaScript to function, so that's good. But most of the content is feasible, which just says HTML and CSS without having to think too much about it. But for some reason, things are just not working. Non-working. Anyways, on the other end of the things, because obviously today is a review day, so we have some things to take a look at on Twitter. We have some things that we've been talking about. The stuff that Denny was showing us last Wednesday is kind of similar to this in terms of the vibes. This is something that is coming in lately, like these tones for the color scheme, these design styles are coming in with the AI generated content. And it seems that a lot of people are getting the vibe check that we used to have in 2013, 2015. So it's coming back, but it's interesting to see. Specifically, some of the newest thing that people are saying is that these specific right about here, these edges are the tell of AI generated content, which I disagree with. This is something that we used to do, but it's still interesting that it is a bit of an AI tell thing. What I'm seeing lately is that people are going minimalistic with um, a teeny tiny amount of pastel colors, and that is coming in uh, really, really strongly over everything that I'm seeing. So, minimalistic here with a bit of pastel colors, like this is many maximalistic folders, but not really good folders. Same thing here. So a lot of people are basically introducing these very minimal, very Tokyo illustration type things and then adding an additional thing to stand out, like the dotted grid and others. So, yeah. I'm guessing Jessica. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. I hope you're good. So that's interesting. We've had, I am guessing, and you came from the raid. Appreciate it. We've seen some of the Alex stuff regarding the pastel color that I've been talking about, which are not as saturated as the other ones, specifically for the main colors, and then the background being really muted. So that's something that is standing out and coming in. And that is the thing that I'm talking about. So this is the type of stuff that I've been seeing for the past 2 months, I would say, where people are introducing serif fonts for their creations, extremely common AI generated graphics, like the cloud, like the night sky, galaxies, Roman statues in ASCIIs, and so on. But it is very minimalistic. If you remove the images, everything that stays is a very boring yet working layout. So that is a thing, and I do like the grain. Their grain is pretty cool. But that's a thing that is coming back and has been coming back for the past few months. So that's interesting for me to see. Nonetheless, do we have changes on there? No, he's just been talking to himself since there. Holy shit, that's gonna cost. That's gonna cost money. Not to me though. I appreciate it. What type of design do you do? Also, Gabby, welcome on in. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate it. If it'd be good to build bento like web app using 3JS, what do you mean? You mean this? Because this is basically it. That's what it is. There is someone, however, that I remember on Twitter specifically posting about it that has created a bento grid generated thing, which might be what you're talking about. So someone has made like a very much useful bento grid generated, but it just gives you the grid itself. So yeah, I see. Impressive. I started in 2006, so yeah, kind of similar. But I didn't go into game dev and game design. I think, not I think, I know the reason. My dad didn't want me to have consoles at home. I mean, we didn't have a TV, so really complicated to get a console when you don't have a TV. And I'm guessing if I had, the probability of me getting into that would have been a bit greater. I did some game design for mobile games, um, but not good. Not good. I did more VR stuff than games, but it's cool. What are you working on right now? If you can talk about it. If you can't talk about it, I get it. Also, I'm scared. What do you mean you remove 300 lines just like that? Technically 400 lines, but then you have just fucking new files all the time. Is it just componentizing the stuff? I'm guessing that's what's happening. Yeah. Technically, I don't care as long as it works, as long as the landing page does everything that we need to have. We good. We are good. That's still working. That is still working. I didn't see the animation on this one, but it's fine. we'll see. Um, Rehabilitation games. That is interesting. That's good for me. um, I have one of these. Not Parkinson, but I have one of the autoimmune neurodegenerative thing that will happen at some point. I'll be dead and it will be fine. Yeah. Trying to do my best to have like cognitive abilities by making sure that I'm doing as much as I can to use the brain and remember stuff and learn stuff, which is one of the reasons why I'm learning Japanese as well. Um, but since I had like my first episode of brain issues, I am slower than usual. It's really bad. I don't like it at all. I don't like it in the slightest. It just doesn't make any sense, but I get it. But that's cool though. That's really cool. But if you just finished it and now you're freelancing for new jobs, new work, do you have like a specific thing that you like to do more than the rest? Or is it just whatever comes in, I'm fine with it? Because that's also fine. Um, yeah. Yeah, it is. Specifically when you've been, I mean, for me, when you've been working for so long and then something happens to you and for some reason everything falls apart and you're like, well, I can't do shit anymore. Like that the thing that I used to be able to do is just not as efficient as I used to be, and I realized that at some moments I slur my words. I can't think as much as I used to, so making sure that I'm just polishing the skills. And oh, we are 90 now. We are at 90 with the extension. Oh my God. Impressive. um, that's good. That's better. That's still bad. And that's still fucking nonsense. I get it. I get it. Um, that's interesting. X reality is really like, or XR. Which XR are you talking about, by the way? Because, you know, um, there is X reality, there is uh, external relationship, and the other ones that I forget. But yeah, there are errors. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just I don't know what I'm doing, so that doesn't help. That doesn't help. Do you have like a link of something that you've worked on the rehab stuff? Because I'm really interested in taking a look at what it is. Um, yeah. Uh, yeah. I liked. Nope. Like this one back in 20, that's my old office. Back in 2013, 14, we built some things for VR for the first like the first versions of the Oculus Quest and so on. and it was pretty interesting to see what we could do. Our main project, I mean, that video is from something else, but our main project on this one was mostly um, a ski resort experience so that you could put your phone in one of these Google Cardboard VR stuff and then have the slopes in front of you, and you could see around and see how you would enjoy, not enjoy the specific route that you were about to take. So that was a bit of a fun thing. But yeah, yes, 100%. If you can link your portfolio, please do so. I would love to take a look at that. And links are available in chat. So yeah, it was really cool. It was really interesting, and also it basically just before I left, we started a new project for something that is now common practice, which is really cool to be. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It happens so often around here. The good thing is the stream on YouTube is breaking before the stream on Twitch, so I know exactly when the things happen. So yeah. Anyways, the thing that I was talking about, which you probably didn't hear, is the 3D scanning. So we had your phone, your Android phone, and your iPhones to be able to scan objects in front of you just by using the camera and using the depth sensor, or recreating the depth sensor before it existed, the LiDAR that we now have on the phones. And so all of that was really cool to have when we were working on this thing as research. So that whole agency was also like really interesting, but you know, long time ago. Long time ago. But yeah, share the link. I don't know if you heard that. Feel free to share the link in chat. That is welcome. Welcome shared. Um, it is really cool, specifically because it was like 2013, 2014. So no one was really interested in that and aware that it was existing. So my like CEO at the time, the one that was looking in the VR headset, was really into like emergent tech and very bleeding edge situation things. So it was cool. But then now I have um, Polycam, and basically what we built was um, you know uh, basically Polygam, but Polygam is just so good for what it's doing now for the entirety of buildings and so on. Every time I go into every time I move to Japan and then I get a new flat, because I get a new flat every time, I just rescan my entire flat and then I compare them to each other, which is really fun. It doesn't mean anything or make anything, but it's just it's neat. It is neat. I will judge the code in Figma because I need to know. I need to know before I look at anything else. Um, in this, did they change the thing or did they not? Because I feel like they haven't. Yeah, it's better though. You know what? It's better. I've seen worse stuff. God damn. Now at least we have titles. So cool. Anyways. I like Figma Make for what it stands for. I don't like it for the output. It's not good. It is not good. But this is really cool though. The fact that you can now also, are you French? Canadian? With that name? That is a very French name. Um, it's interesting. Um, it's really nice to have the ability to just press the three buttons and have something outputted, specifically Figma site being like free hosted, or at least were free hosted until I think 2026. So that's cool, but yeah. Um, Training in VR. I see. That's neat. That's neat. We all like customization, so yeah. You've done a lot of 3D, which makes a lot of sense. Which makes a lot of sense. Not gonna lie. And then you say the bottom is really bad, which I'm not gonna say anything. Let me check that out. To be honest, as a starting point, right? Getting your structures out and then being done with it is very neat. Um, it's useful. Mm. I'm gonna complain about that. That is a me complaining for sure situation, but I get it. The complaining is about me being more of a visual person than a text person with dyslexia and other things. So when there is too much text, my brain just shut down. And so I need like more visuals here and there to make sure that I understand what's happening. So the fact that your case studies slash presentations are just that, like the image at the top or the video at the top, and then nothing else underneath, kind of sad. But this one is a change, which is exactly what I'm saying, that it would be better to have image inside. It has image inside, so we get um that was the wrong move. That was the wrong move. Oh my god. Uh, yeah, I don't know if you can put things behind passwords directly into Figma Make outputs. I have doubts on this. I don't think you have password protect in any way, shape, or form. Technically, I don't. As far as I remember, we don't have that. So I know we do have that on Framer though. Framer is a pretty good alternative. One of the thing that is currently not required but like relied on is the AI generation of um, layouts. Yeah, damn. If you are someone that is into like new stuff, I've been talking about that for the past few days now, but pencil.dev is one of the latest design-ish tool that came out, and it is an AI assisted Figma-ish that is basically linked to your Claude Code um, environment and your API and your stuff. So as soon as you have it installed and you just link it, you can just ask the LLMs to generate screens for you. And then, because it's basically built with the LLM in mind, you can ask Claude Code to export the thing or transform the thing in React or whatever for the structure. So that's a bit of a one more step compared to Figma Make, but it's also pretty interesting to have. And you also have the ability to do that directly through or from Cursor if you're someone that is using it. So that's it's a neat little project. It's not necessarily the greatest output all the times, but it's a neat little project if you are not against using AI for UI generation. I would say the issue that I have with this is that the output is really boring, but it's a good output if you just need like a simple thing. Like for example, here we asked for um, a stream effects related activity. So for someone that has like a platform that provides overlays and widgets and so on, and it's fine, but it's good. Like you have the structure, it's based on the winning structures of most of the HTML and website that exist. And then you can just go in and say, well, we don't need this, and we don't need the 500 premiums. So we have 3 here and 2 there, and then there is the most popular that makes it bigger and so on. And it's like that easy to go through. And one of the most interesting thing, even though not working all the time, is and that's gonna break, but that's gonna be fine. Um, like make the frame light mode, make the frame dark mode, change the design style, and so on. And you can just do that by selecting one frame, cursor, not cursor, clone, figure out which one is selected, and then does the whole design thing in one go. And you don't really, uh, you don't really have to think about it too much. But yeah, that apparently broke. But yeah, you do need a cloud account. Yes, you need a cloud code account that needs to be connected right there. I think I think using it in Cursor or VS Code or whatever is going to allow you to just use the thing with other models, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Um, but yeah, no, overall, it's a very interesting tool to have and to follow like the development. One of the good thing about it is the fact that it's fucking free. Like that is part of the thing that I like a lot. It's just for now it's free, and therefore if you like free stuff and you just want to test the new tech, then just download it, test it out, and then see if it works for you. I don't like the prompt gallery. I don't like the word prompt. I have like feelings about it. That's the ADHD and the dyslexia and the rest of the AU stuff in there. That is just it doesn't make sense. It's not a prompt. It's just writing. But it is interesting to see some of the outputs that have existed on top of the existing content, and it's just like it's neat. I think for me the best use case for this is going to be you have uh, you have a UI kit like I do with your buttons, your toggles, your arrays, your things to like have the design in all of the states of the styles, light mode, dark mode, and so on, and you can just plug it in and say, based on the entirety of the UI kit that we have, all of the components, build something using all of the components, and that way, like, and following, I don't know, the IBM Carbon design system, for example, in terms of layout recommendations, and then you will have something that just look like your content without having to think about it too much, even though it might be like some of the basic boring layouts here and there, because no need to think too much. But eh. It's a very useful thing. I think it works and will help as I've been talking about that before, I want AI to like replace me in all of the thing that I don't want to do over and over again, even though I've been doing it over and over again for the past 20 years. I would rather not do it again. And so the creation of the UI kit, that's a me thing, and I will create the entire thing. But then the definition of um, like new layout, that's the type of stuff that you want to automate though. So for example, do I have that saved? Yeah, that. Like, even though this is a very old plugin, not really, but it's an older plugin. Let's say I want something that is 1280 by 800 in terms of width and height. The stroke width is going to be 30. The variation is going to be 9, and it's going to be okay. I'm just going to ask for 10 because that's even. And then I want something with 12 columns and 12 rows. So they kind of make sense, but 12 rows is going to be a bit tight. So let's do 8. And we just want that. And this is something that we like, it's not AI generated, but if you just want to explore potential layouts, that's a very useful thing. And then you can say, okay, so this sidebar right there looks much better than the rest. So I might keep that. The content that is around here, this is like a lot of a mess, but maybe this one makes a lot of sense for the presentation. This one is pretty cool as well. And it's just like a random ass layout that doesn't mean anything, but it's so useful. And so if I could do that with the first draft things from Figma, and I said that I want something that is an AI generator. I don't like it, but AI image generator website landing page, you know, and just Figma taking care of the thing with my own component. That would be the best, but that's broken. I want to see how that is going to work. Interesting. I feel like this was not supposed to be in there. Like, that's supposed to be here. And then, there was supposed to be a bit of a section here. But that's not, I mean, it's not great. Let's be honest. It's not great, but it's better than nothing. And I didn't have to do too much when it comes to this. But if it had used my own icon, my own colors, my own buttons, that would have been so much better. So that's basically what I think Pencil is going to be. It's going to take some time before it's like really good. The current state of things that we have seen is that a lot of people are discovering that the addition of a don't fuck it up.md file in the skills is working. And so that's a good thing. Most people are gonna add stuff for the overall like design and so on. But yeah, that's a new landing page. I changed that. Anyways, back to this. Why is my brain went there? Is that one of the neural interface where you are controlling the rabbits through your brain? Damn. I saw the first of these in 2013 when I moved to Paris, in one of the conference, like CES, like, but for the French. I know. Um, and it was like the initial things. Yeah, I think that's the one. That's impressive. That's cool. Uh, I I see the serious, and the serious made me laugh because why air coding it? Like it's a serious game. Uh, but yeah, I think the only critique that I have so far for this thing is mostly the reactiveness of things. So the escape key doesn't do shit. The click outside of the container doesn't do shit for closing. And then you have the back to project and the close that basically do the exact same thing. So choose one. Select one, not two. Um, so that's kind of sad, but that's interesting that this is video based. I like that. I like that a lot. However, I can't I can't really touch the controls. I can play pose even if I like I get if playing, then maybe no hover. Alright, I'm not looking at it then. Um, I would say your header, hero header, right there might be a disservice to your work. Like I see that as uh again 2014 website, 2010 website with these headers that had just a small image because we didn't have uh the way of thinking of having like a full image header because it was taking too long to load and so on. And so here it feels like old for the sake of efficiency, but it's not really good. I would basically have this be a white card and this image being in the background to emphasize the entirety of the thing. But yeah, it's also like kind of, I don't know. Um, well, you can make the image bigger on mobile and just have the. I'm gonna bring that here. You can have your image. That's not the right one. You can have your image right here. Let's use. You know what? Let's use your image because why not? You can have that and then just have the simplicity of your block for the text being like either a pure black or pure white thing with a bit of opacity or however you want to do it. If you're someone that likes the background blur effect or the glass effect type of thing, then you can just do that. That's very, very simple. And then on a mobile point of view, it's just going to be something like this. Your card is going to be at the bottom, and that is going to come back to be somewhere around here. So you end up with this because your font is going to change with probably no radius because, easier to display. And that's the easiest thing to do. However, you can also just get that in a regular format like so, and probably no background blur for that effect. Just having like your regular transition, Maybe here you could have a layer blur progressive so that the bottom is a bit more blurred. But like that easy in terms of layout, the play like displacement and so on. And if you don't want to do too much for the mobile, then that's an okay thing to do. The only thing that I would discourage you to do is the blur effect because that's going to be really bad. But it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We've seen better days. But yeah, no, that's a very valid thing as an option to just move into both sections, both breakpoints. Lately, the design style that we're seeing most of the time is, let me see if I can just find some of that. I doubt it. Um, let's just look for landing pages. Uh, yeah, popular is going to be fine. Let's see if we find one. I mean, this is kind of current-ish. Um, but that's the current vibe that people are going for, where the text and the image are basically two very distinctive elements, and so you just have something that makes a bit more sense. It's not a hero header, but it's like almost one. So that is one of the current behavior. The other one is a similar content or similar behavior with what I call a hammed uh, blocks like these things. And that's one way to get like your content on the image by having like a mask or a different size container here and there. But yeah, that's I would say that's the current things, not necessarily the best things, but that's the current things that people are doing with these like half and half variation. So, you know, it could work for making the image bigger and better at rendering. Like your thing right here could be, you have a height of 100% on, oh, I hate this. This is why I don't like Figma Make and Figma generated code and Figma site overall is like you have the image here that is in a div, that is in a div, that is, guess what, in a div, that has not in a div. Okay, cool. So that's the size. I'm guessing this is my size thing right there. There's just so many in. How does the text and images format affect AI scraper? It currently most of the scrapers that we have do not have the capabilities to really understand what is in the image when they scrape a website. As far as I remember, depending on the LLM code that is used, then like shit like ChatGPT, Claude, and so on will have the ability to get the image content. But the issue with that is that the text in the image sometimes, depending on how you organize your site, doesn't really translate at the right time in the scraping. So you would have the image description and the things, and then the rest of the div something else, and then the text, and that like uh, distinction and split in between the two things is making the AI not really understand that the image is linked to the text. But they will. Like, they will, and it will be fine. One of the things that we have seen related to Pencil specifically is that when you are asking a question in the chat, Pencil usually go through the system of taking a full frame screenshot, let the AI and LLM analyze everything that is in there, and then move on to do any changes. So there is already, and right now it's Claude, So Claude has the ability to just go through that and understand the content. But yeah, um, for now, it's gonna be it's gonna be fine. If you do something like this with this system that I just talked about, if you take a screenshot of this and you pass it through an AI, depending on what is the frame of the video behind it, because this is probably a video, you might get different results because of the contrast ratio, because of the text that might be in the video in the background, and so on. So, not the best. But yeah, going back to this one is a pretty good version of what you're trying to have as well on your website. You could have like a video image in the background, and then um, on mobile version, you can have this layout, which is, you know, obviously there is like the fucking progressive blur because everyone is doing that, me included. I'm not, don't do it. But yeah, I do think that just having the image in the background would be a probable potential good thing. But it's just, I wish there was a fucking side somewhere. Like these things makes no sense. Sorry, I'm trying to find the size of stuff. And yeah, if I did, yeah, I can't do that. Yes, Face, welcome in. How are you? Um, I think it works. It's and for everyone, where is Jacobs? I forgot exactly the name, but yeah. Um, I don't think the progressive blur is necessarily like a familiarity. I call that the familiarity low. It's fine. But it's also another low of the lows of UX. I feel like it's a designer thing. Like most designer website right now are using some sort of a progressive blur somewhere. Um, like Can, which is my own app, we have some blur transitions here and there, but then most importantly, the header is getting that progressive blur for the effect. I should have done it at the bottom as well, but I didn't. Um, and it's just here to make the header itself more interesting, but it doesn't add shit. And it could like be better and so on, but it doesn't. I don't feel like it's gonna be in the familiarity yet. Um, but it's just like for me, it's just the same layout with different styling, not necessarily the same behavior. So Jacob's law being people expect familiarity in terms of behavior and not visual. Mm. Yes and no. Uh, but yeah, also for anyone else who's looking for that website I talked about, that's the website in question. Not talked about that I was on a second ago. So yeah, I would do that in full frame, full background color with the image and then the text on top if necessary. Or something like, even though not ideal, that's not what I wanted to do. Something like this might be working, where you basically just get your transition um, like that. You know, one of these could be an option as well, even though kind of um, not the best, very dated. But if you have that, you don't have the need for the card itself, and so you would just have your header and then subtext. Like that's not very, I mean, kind of vignetting-ish, but yeah, just having a gradient on the edge so that it covers this section of the text. But like that's the same system as this, meaning that instead of having um, that in mobile, you end up with uh, something like this. So you get that smaller, put that at the bottom, and then this is simply going to be that width, and then switching like that. So these two are options. Obviously, I wouldn't use pure black. I would use your color because, you know, it makes sense. But yeah, and don't worry about it. It's fine. It is fine. But yeah, no, that's the thing that I would change here for more emphasis on what you're doing. At the end of the day, even though it's kind of more complex and you might not be able to do that inside of Figma Make and or Figma Site directly, and I get that, specifically for what you're trying to do. Oh my God. Sorry, that's great. That is 100% the new style. This is exactly what people are trying to achieve right now with the more organic, non-AI generated rendering. This is true one-for-one, exactly what people were expecting. That's crazy. It makes sense that it's here. Anyways, you may want to go there in specifically because of your experience in your work and your overall like interest for the 3D environment and the augmented reality, virtual reality projects and work. If your website was something that had some WebGL presented content with, I don't know if this is still on, with like pretty cool interactions and understandable things, I feel like it could be a bit more aligned. I get it. Like Figma Make is not going to be or not going to have the ability to do anything about it. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that I would think someone that is interested in virtual reality and 3D and so on, also fast as real. There's one, if you haven't seen before, is a very cool 3D environment for beers, and it's so simple overall. Like there is no real thinking about it, but it's so nice. And you know, like that's the type of shit that I would expect from someone that is in VR and XR and so on. So for me, something like the old Maze website, which I don't think Maze.io? No. No. Oh my God. Um, did they change that? Oh, yeah, they changed it. That looks like shit. Even that is fine. But they used to have like an entire website that was oh, what's the name of these? These things when you have like a metal ball that is going through a pass and it activates things on the way. There is a full section of YouTube that is dedicated to these things. So it's yeah, I forgot. Maybe How do you Goldberg machine? Yes, yes, exactly. And so Maze used to have like the whole landing page was this because Maze is a UX testing platform where you have the user go through predefined path but end up in different locations. And so the entirety of the thing was kind of video nonetheless, not necessarily something that was like through 3GS and through 3D, but you ended up with something where you saw the path of the user as one of the balls going through the maze. Obviously, that's the name, and then figure out what needs to be done and how to achieve the result that they wanted to have. It was really, really cool, but right now, obviously, because I'm talking about it, doesn't exist anymore. But there have been like so many of these. I wish we had the hand painted 3D one. I have like I don't know why I did 3 and not 2 first, um, but yeah, I would think I would think some 3D stuff would be good. Um, and I get it if you are like just again if you're just starting with or restarting with web design, the current best option, even though still expensive and you don't own the code at the end, and that's probably something that's gonna not make you want to go there. See, Dave, how it was so much better. So much better. Yeah, it was such a nice idea. Such a cool concept. Oh my God. um, Framer might be the best option because um, Framer templates are like extremely good, and a lot of them are very much like, let's say you want the creative one, even though there should be like 3D and so on. You just want the free ones, and you find a website right there that is to your liking, that has the vibe that you want to have and whatever. Let's say that this is one of them. I don't know. I doubt it. But this is a free template that you can just, use and start with, and you have like a cool transition in the beginning. Um, Very interesting website nonetheless, but it has everything. This entire web page is free, and then you can go inside of Framer and do the tweaks that you need to change or that you need to do to achieve the things. And it's just, you know, it's fun. Ah, but I get it. If you want to own the code and not have to pay for the publishing, don't use Framer. Framer is way too expensive. Oh, I wish that wasn't the case, but that is the case. Framer is a minimum of $100 per year with the lowest plan. If you want to have like a CMS with multiple work in there, yeah, it's $107 per year, which is crazy. Just for website, for static website. Oh my god. But yeah, no. Nonetheless, this is as well, and I've been saying that a lot. If you're just looking for IDs because you don't have the IDs right now, just get there. Go into Framer templates, Webflow templates, whatever that exists, and then just get there and say, well, I see this, and I see how they've created like that non-animation thing. They have that section that is pretty cool. I like that bento box, for example, that is very simple with the full section and the mobile app in the center. And just get it for inspiration, even if you don't use Framer on its own and or use the template that is the one that you took as reference. But yeah, um, there was, oh my God, there was this app which is dead now. Um, why do I know it's dead? There is this app that is dead now that used to be a streaming platform uh, where you created your entire streams in a 3D environment, which is interesting. It was called Obscure something, and now it's dead. But for you specifically, if you are looking for Dora.dev, is it? No. Um, Not run, not .dev, .run. Dora is an no code thing with 3D environment in mind first. So you have the situations ability things to just implement and add like 3D stuff inside of your environment, and it's like that easy. It's not great, but it's really interesting to have this ability at least to, build something, integrate some 3D environments, and play with it. So 3JS is basically I think 3JS or WebGL in the background for this. Um, so, you can play with that, and because it is like optimized for 3D, it's a bit better. Other thing is going to be WOMP. WOMP is a very interesting platform as well for creating 3D environment and 3D shapes. It's a lot more organic than other platforms for 3Ds. And then the last one, which I like a lot, obviously, that's the wrong button. That's not what you wanted to do. Uh, is going to be Spline. Spline.design is one of the tools that I like the most, and specifically lately, they have decided to create something called Hana. Yes. So Hana is their flat 2D environment, and Spline in general is their 3D environment, and it it's working. It's that simple, and you have all of the integrations with 3D elements, which obviously I have uh, used on my own website to just get like some sort of you know, transitions, fun stuff. Um, and just it's just simple. It took me 5 seconds to create the animation. It took me 3 hours to figure out exactly how to get that fucking skull of mine to just be repeated and work with everything that I had in mind. But yeah, it's uh, it's pretty nice. I had like so many IDs for like figuring out the 3D rendering of the app directly inside of Spline. So you had like my Can app for the landing page, and then on scroll, it just rotates and do stuff. And I had fun to make sure that you had the same effect that you currently have inside of the app in the 3D rendering, so that you could just play with it. But then I tried to implement it and it doesn't work. So yeah, but nonetheless, Spline is really cool, and I feel like you might be in better hands if you are like 100% 3D oriented, then that whole thing is going to be a bit better for you to just figure out. Dora for the implementation might be a good thing, but then again, it's going to be the same fucking pricing shit that I mean, I get it, but god damn, that's expensive. Um, and then Framer, Webflow, and so on are going to be really good for inspiration, resources, and so on. But yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. I would expect like a lot more uh, immersive experience on your website based on the type of work that you've done. But then again, I know I said that before. I'll say it again. Um, it is not uncommon to have websites that don't necessarily match the work because you don't have the skills for that. Like, for example, I am very interested in Japanese and other things, but my website isn't in Japanese because I don't have the skills to do the entire website in Japanese. The apps that I'm building are not like translated in Japanese and so on. For you, if you are working in 3D and you love 3D and that's the environment in which you feel the most at home, your website might be a bit more brutalist than others, mainly because it's not your home. So you don't really know how that new home that is 2D work, and that makes a lot of sense. So I get it. I get it. I still, even if it's like the most boring header thing, even if it's just that, right? A shape in 3D at the top that just works. um, I would fight that statement a slight amount. Figma is not limited. At least from my point of view, Figma is not limited in the slightest. You can do whatever the fuck you want in Figma. And I'm showcasing the same things every time because it is the most groundbreaking for a lot of people around here. But if you want to create something that looks 3D, in terms of illustrations and of creations, that entire thing being like a Figma shaped made element, this is basically CSS. So you can export that through the Figma Make and the Figma MCP to have your output. But in terms of what it's creating by default without you having to change anything, that is 100% limited and also really bad. Most of the thing that I've seen for or from Figma Make directly have been really bad outputs with lacking a lot of personality, lacking a lot of design traits that I would have expected Figma to be able to do just because it's Figma. But yeah, I think right now, if you are looking, sorry, I'm seeing something that is really interesting. Uh, goddamn. If you are looking at using AI for the generation of the website that you are having, something like open code is going to be a better option for you right this instant, um, because they are free. And so free is good, as we said, and free will give you the ability to get some of the models that are bundled with the thing. So you get access to the latest Kimi 2.5, which I like a lot for the UI generation for free, included. And you can just use that the same way that I'm using Cursor on a daily basis to generate stuff. I can do the exact same thing through here and get the output that I need to have by using and making sure that I'm using like one of these skills. So the skills is basically saying don't fuck up, make sure that you don't use the AI generated styles, and it's pretty good. Overall, it kind of works. But yeah, that specific model is free, and you can use it as much as you want. So that's good. We like free. Free is always good. So you could use that. Kimike 2.5 is currently not the leading um, in visual generation. The leading in visual generation right now is Google plus Claude. These two are pretty good. Um, but yeah. Um, You may, I mean, not may, you have more knowledge than me in code. That that's a given based on what you're saying. I would say someone like you that has the knowledge to do the code themselves would have a better experience than the experience that I have, as long as you go with the proper behavior. That's not supposed to be black. Sorry, my eyes. My eyes. Um, so the main thing here is don't be precise and don't be specific and hope for the best. That's what I've seen with AI generation for the past few years. It's just, all right, so we want to achieve something like this, figure it out. And then the LLM is figuring it out. And the more common and more like up to date LLM you're using with the more like kind of new tech, the better it's going to be. But overall, if you get too technical, if you get too specific in your request, it end up being a bit confused and trying to do things and contradict itself in the reasoning section of the LLMs. So when you're looking at some of these explored one terminal and so on, like these things that I have in there, I have seen so many times the but wait, or yeah, I mean the but wait is happening so often where it's just the initial rules for the LLM itself are extremely specific, and then you going back to being specific as well. Sometimes you are contradicting things because the best practice for something goes against what you're trying to achieve, and therefore it just doesn't work. So there is that. The other thing that we have seen is that AI is the median of the curve. It's not great and it's not bad. It's just like it's using a process of generation the next most logical token based on the previous one or the previous ones. uh, and therefore it's not going to be outstanding unless you place it in the outstanding section. So if you say something along the line of you are a top 1% dev, then it's going to be in the median of the top 1%. If you just say you're a dev, it's going to be a median dev. And that's usually what people are doing, which is what I'm doing most of the times, because I don't need like the top 1% 99% of the time. So that's a thing. But that's something that you can do as well. Um, like Figma is basically a median dev and nothing else. So yeah. I mean, that's a regular thing. Most people are not following best practices, specifically the people that are using AI to generate content when it comes to website and code and so on, are the people that don't necessarily have the skills to really understand what the new tools are doing. And therefore, we are kind of hoping for the best and asking for something that just doesn't make sense. Like the amount of time that I'm getting a cursor to do something by like saying, since I'm a designer, I think in Figma terms. So here is what I'm thinking in terms of what I would do in Figma. And that basically helps me translate the thing that I'm trying to achieve. And then the LLM figure out what I'm trying to talk about and achieve, and therefore try to replicate the knowledge of the Figma behavior inside of a code thing, which is a bit better. So that is something that is interesting to also know. But yeah, Spline is really cool. um, Spline is really cool. It's really simple as well. It's if you have Maya or Blender skills, which you probably do, you might get frustrated just a smidge because it is limiting. There are a ton of things that I'm like, fuck, I could do that in Blender, it would be faster. I could use that modifier in Blender, it would be faster than in fucking Spline. What? You know. It might be a good starting point. The reason why I recommend it most of the time is because the integration and I mean the simplicity of the Ambit version of the code is just like you have the link, you're done. And that's it. You still have like the bottom section with the Made with Spline badge for the free tier, but for anything else, if you want to pay for it, it's not that expensive. You still don't have that thing, and then you're good with it. So highly recommend Spline for the creation of 3D stuff. And it's sometimes if you're doing shit like me with like all of the letters of my app being displayed in 3D, it's a bit heavy. But if you want like simple steps to simple shapes, it's going to be a very, very simple thing. Lastly, because I just thought about it, it has some 3D. Unicorn Studio has some 3D capabilities inside of it, but it's mostly shaders. So if you are up to date on shaders, it's a very interesting thing. Like these things. But yeah, they have like some 3D elements, 3D stuff that you can play with in there, and you can just add that to your I didn't know that. Interesting. Ah, but yeah, that alone would probably make would probably make the website a bit more interesting when it comes to the virtual reality and augmented reality part of your job. That would make a lot more sense. I didn't click on that earlier. That's so bad. Sorry. My bad. My mistake. These colors, holy shit. I kind of know why that's happening. And I doubt you have the hand on changing the colors based on theme. Yeah. Like, Framer has this thing that I like a lot, which I wish most and all apps were doing this, but let's say I'm gonna be there. You good? I mean, I wouldn't bother either, but here I did. So, for example, in my assets, let's say I'm going into my text styles or my link or my blog code or whatever. I don't have any fucking colors there. God damn it. Let me add a color for a new style. We're not going to name it, but basically what Framer is doing is it's giving me something that is in light mode. That's the color. So I can say in light mode is going to be pure red and in dark mode is going to be pure blue. And so now I have these two things. And when I'm switching themes, it's going to switch from one to the other. So you could 100% get like a full design with everything in blue in your light mode, and then your dark mode is a bit of a purple thing. It's a different thing. It's a dimmer environment. So, and I really think that specific of adding light and dark color for your variable when you're creating the themes is so much better than whatever we have elsewhere. So, having fun with that. Which I feel like that would be good. Open code would be good. Specifically, you get the Figma output. And I don't know if you can do that, by the way, because I haven't worked with Figma site in a while. But if you can extract the code and get the code yourself, and then do that in an IDE somewhere, and then use open code or cursor, whatever, with an AI to just go through the entirety of the content that you have and say, we need to make this thing better. Like change the layout, change the things for me, please. It's gonna be faster. I was scared for 1 second, but no. But overall, good job. Good job nonetheless on having a website. I've seen a lot of people that are not like website oriented, not having one at all, and be like, I don't know, I don't understand why I'm not getting clients. Now that might be a reason. You need an immersive experience if it's written there. But yeah, I mean, that's what we do on Fridays. So, yeah, you need a website that states who you are and what you do, and or a website that speaks to the clients that you want to have. So if you're someone that wants to work at, I don't know, NVIDIA, for example, then you need something that is like specific in terms of what you're presenting. Otherwise, it's not going to cut it. But yeah, it's a good thing nonetheless. I need to refill this because this is kind of empty. So 1 second.
Why don't you confess?
I wish I could say the same. That's not the case for me. Ah, I've been like doing the exact same thing. Basically I hate freelancing. I don't have a choice. I mean, I do have a choice, but I don't take the choice. But I hate freelancing, and therefore the only option for me to get like new clients is through Twitter, TikTok, and my website, obviously. But like most of my discovery is here on stream or on Twitter and Threads and so on. So lately, I've been posting a lot more content on TikTok specifically because it's where there is the most eyeballs right now. The issue that I have is that the content that pops on TikTok is the content where I'm explaining how to move to Japan because I did that multiple times. And so that's not going to give me some clients. So we'll see. It's, yeah, people are really, really not watching the videos, which is really fun for me. The last one, I talked about this one last time, but the, not this one, where is it? Um, Get out. I think it's, I mean, not this one. Why is me like this? I know it's somewhere in there, but I can't find it. As always, as one does, when you're looking for something, you can't find anything. Also, why is it? Yeah. On this one, some people are not watching the video, and that makes sense. And on I think this one, yeah. Like people are saying that it's not alive, whatever. And then I'm explaining something, and that guy specifically has been like giving me the most unproductive conversation as the beginning. Is saying like you thought you made a really good video, but you have to backpedal every time and saying, no, I mean, it's you need to pay more, you need to be like an hotel. And I'm like, no, 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 I'm just pointing out the part that you haven't seen because you didn't watch the entire thing. You didn't make it past the midpoint of the video, but everything that I'm saying here is after the midpoint, and because the video is a minute long, you couldn't make it. And then since then, I haven't had a reply. It's weird. It is weird. So yeah, that's the bit of a sad thing. This one had zero views since this morning. God damn, that's sad. Yeah, I mean, there is so many times where it's like I'm just calling out people, and it works. This one was crazy as well. It's because I'm talking about the US and gun control, and therefore people are like all over the place. I was expecting a lot more, but yeah, it's wild. Like that one is the funniest. It's like, what are you talking about? I don't know. I'm asking question. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I'm asking question. Like I am a confused European asking about the US, and therefore I want answers. And some people are just like really kind and just answering properly, and that was nice. But god dang. It's been fun, but yeah, that's the only place where basically you would have more eyeballs than anywhere else right now. I guess for your type of content, creating things like you probably have. I'm gonna go back to TikTok for a second. Is it 2 fucking Ks? Nope. Yeah. Ducky lately has been creating. I mean, if you've been on the internet and you have been interested in 3D, you know who the fuck Ducky is. But Ducky has been just creating these videos where he doesn't say anything. There's just music in the background, and it's just like a recording of the screen with the geometry node right now for this one, and him working, and that's enough. So if you have like a camera and which is your phone, and the ability to record your screen, and you can just take a full recording of what you're doing and not necessarily explaining it. Like right now, he's not like speaking about anything, anyways. But that might be enough for you to just uh, get something out. And there is a ton of them. I'm seeing most of these things um, on a weekly basis, either here or on Instagram. And it's just like, it's that simple. Some of them, it's like he's talking at the same time, but most of the time he's not talking about at the same time. And it feels like this is a fake account, to be honest, based on the number of followers. Um, but it is a very interesting thing nonetheless, and that gives you enough visibility and eyeballs uh, so that people understand. But yeah, like most of the content that I'm seeing is just like TV show stuff, which is really sad, or Japanese stuff. But anyways, so yeah, TikTok is the best option for the eyeballs. Sadly, I know. Sadly, Twitter is also a good option. Thread is pretty good. The only thing that is annoying is that it is unpredictable, and you don't have a way to know if something is going to work or not work in terms of metrics for that platform. It's just you can hope, and if the hopes are high enough, then you're good. But most of the time, even if the hopes are very, very high, it doesn't work. You have video that just don't make any sense. I wish I could have like one of his video on my feed by just looking at his name, but I don't know his name. Anyways, it's a guy that is doing some AI related content on TikTok specifically. I have seen one video recorded 6 different times in the same day. Basically, what he did was when everyone was talking about Clobot, Mothbot, whatever. And people were saying that they are going to buy like a Mac Mini and use that for their AI assistant at home and so on. He made a video with just his face saying that you don't need a Mac Mini to run this thing. Then he reused that same video and just added some images at the top for no fucking reason. Then he did the exact same thing with the images at the top being like videos instead of static images. He did the same with a different angle of the camera and 2 other one that were basically like duplicates of the other ones. And all of these 6 videos in the same day were getting 9,000 views, 10,000 views, and then one of them had like 80,000 views. But that's just because TikTok is a numbers game. You need to post as much as you can in order to potentially get something. So, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to do, but also it helps. But yeah. Yo, what? What do you mean? Is it like a keychain, or is it just Possible. I don't know how it looks. I know what it is. I know who Melody is, and I don't know what Melody Temple. I don't know if it's a temple charm. I don't know if it's like a one of these. The tag. Oh yeah, that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know. I'm on there. I see. I see. I see. I mean that makes sense. It makes sense that this is your therapist. I am not not gonna lie about that. There is no questions. Um, I mean, you may have questions about is their therapy thing good enough if they have that. But you know, I mean, I get it. I get it. All right, so this has been updated, kinda. I don't like this. In the beginning, when you look at it, when the page is loading, there is a bit of loading time, which makes absolutely no sense to me. So that is something that I don't like. And then this is also something that I don't like at all. And the thing in question is the fact that sometimes if you move from one style, as in brutalism, it capitalized everything. And then if you move back, sometimes the text doesn't reset itself. So that's really bad. That's really bad. But yeah. Yeah, no, I know. I know. I know he was in Japan, not you. I don't think you. I'm gonna repeat myself on this one. I don't think you can survive Japan. Specifically, I don't think you can survive Tokyo specifically. Not an option. Not an option. One of the things that I was also looking at is the grid. The dotted grid in the background, when you add it, doesn't really match with the grid itself. And since you have the ability to change the... Stony, welcome on in. Thank you for the baguette. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day. God damn it. The French has been summoned. Yes, welcome in. So because you have the grid that is currently somehow something... do I have that? I don't think I have that somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that that could work, because this is going to be a 175 by 175 block. That 175 by 175 block is supposed to be divided by 2 plus the spacing, which mean it's going to be stacked. Let me divide it by 2, and then from there minus how much? Minus 24 divided by 2, so minus 12. It's gonna be fine. I don't think you could do it for a holiday, to be honest. I think you can probably do a month if it's not Tokyo. If not more. But it's just like Tokyo, specifically the places where you would want to go based on your interests, is going to be kind of complicated to get. So, yeah. So that's the base. And then you have that's one big card for me for the grid. And overall, because I know that I have in total an 8 column grid, that's my grid, that's my system. Um but because I know that the system here, based on what we have here, now provides somehow the ability to change the spacing in between the elements, it results in the cards being a bit smaller than expected. Like these ones, for example, you can see that on the side. Like if I'm changing the side, my cards themselves are going to be, well, smaller than expected or bigger than expected. So my grid itself is not necessarily working as I'm expecting it to work, and I don't really understand why that is the case and how I can fix that. So that is the current situation for me. I want the dotted grid in the background to be aligned with this grid, but then I want this grid to be aligned as well with whatever it needs to be. So something like this, an 8x4 is okay. This thing, if it was a filling container with the right alignment, maybe. And then that means that if I go with that, with a fixed width in total, yeah, that's not going to work. I said fixed width, and then each of these are supposed to be filling that filling as well. Yeah, that's a Figma thing. um, I don't think you can. There is a street called Cat Street, and I think you could go in Cat Street. Cat Street would be fine. It's not the most people heavy situation, but then you end up in Syria, and therefore that is a bit more heavy. But that's the place where you have like most of the small shops and so on, and some of the indie creators. My jeweler is right there. You could kind of see the box right here. That's where I got that, and other things that I have from them. But it's Cat Street is pretty okay for you if you go in the Shinjuku Fashion Street. You will not survive. That that's that. There's no one there. Uh, but that's the street where you want to go. That's where everything that you are looking for is. And yeah, that's a day that is not packed. Uh, this is that's a more representative version of the people. Yes, yeah. I mean, even for me, it's really hard to go through there. Not for the sake of the people, but it's just like I usually just walk through and then I give up midway have fun with the coffee. And then I give up midway and I go there and get to the park rather than anything else. It's just like, it's crazy. We get in the map. Mm-hmm. Right there. I don't want that. I want that. No, not that. Yeah, that. That's not the right street. That's not where I put the pin. That's crazy. Why am I not in the regular view? That makes sense for me. The only view that I know how to read. That should be a street, but nonetheless. Potbot, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? Why am I so lost right now? Because I'm on the other side of the things. That's the reason. That's the reason. Yeah, regular cat street, ending up somewhere around here. So that's the station. Bitch. That's the street in question. God damn. And the Google map is just giving it to you at like 6 a.m. Not even like very much no one is in there yet. And that is great. That's like probably a full mid-COVID situation. And it's just like, it's so nice. But yeah, usually I just go there and then give up somewhere around here. And either turn there or turn at the next one, which is the Kuip. These ones are the famous crepes. And then you just move here and you go up, but apparently you can't go up. Oh my god. Let me go up, bitch. Can I go up? No. Well, can't go up. So sad. You get in there, and that's just like a small park, small situation. You have a bit of a temple at the top, and it's pretty nice. And now I don't know why it put me the other side, like at the bottom of the fucking thing. Anyways, these whole things are crazy. But it's a nice and calm situation, and then you go back to the other side, which is not supposed to be through the parking, but you can still do it. And then you arrive here, where the building is absolutely broken on purpose. And that's where I used to live, kind of. Yeah, the whole street, by the way, the whole Broadway street and everything that they have in Hamichi? Hamichi? I forgot. I mean Takeshita Street and Hamichi. They called it Hamichi Street at some point, and then I forgot. But yeah, all of that is very, 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 very tourist heavy. For reasons that make sense. But yeah, cat would not survive this one, that's for sure. That is for sure. All right, so back to the fucking thinking of what that is. If if I have my dots that are currently at 75 and I place them at like maybe a 2x2, but that's kind of wild. Let's do that. And then I do another one aligned here, right? So that we have half of the point in. That could be a good thing. And then I'm trying to get that alignment. It's the wrong thing. Okay, that's not gonna work. 76. Jesus, hi, what's going on? How are you? How's the day going? So we have like 35 or 35, which is wrong. Which can't happen. So that's not true. I forgot. But that center point, if I make this center point a 24, instead, and then I get this to be a 2x2 here, and a 2x2 there. Maybe. Hugo, hi, what's going in? How's the day going as well? So 22, 20, 223 here would be pretty good alignment with 1 pixel, 1 pixel. And so that's 23, 23, 23. And if I do that, congrats on landing. God dang, I just saw that. Day's doing okay. I'm tired. I have a headache. I've had my blood drawn today for the tests. So that's a pain in the ass, or technically a pain in the arm. But yeah, other than that, good. Other than that, good. Yeah, that's wrong. You see that? The first one is perfect, but then because the distance in between the other two are not, then we get some issues. And I fear that my only option to get this dot grid matrix thing to perfectly work, it's going to be like we are getting 1 pixel delay displacement every time. And we can't make it 22 and we can't make it 24 unless maybe I'm getting like a 1x1. But no, even then I'm getting like 1 pixel displacements as well, so that's not they took blood from the arm, not the ass. Yes. Hi, Yab Gamer. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for being on YouTube. Appreciate it. Most people on Twitch, but welcome on YouTube. I hope you're good. Oh, and now everything is broken. Oh my God, this is so bad. This is like not gonna work, and we always gonna have like a 1 pixel. Welcome back. A 1 pixel slight displacements here and there. So yeah, what's your problem? Let me know. Let me know. It doesn't make any fucking sense. How can I put this at the angle and then I mean I can do that, but that's bad. But I can't do that. Um I know that this is something that the code is gonna work. Basically, the what is in my head right now is the fact that the current state of how things are set up is this. I have this element that is right there, and its center point, I'm gonna make it like way bigger, is the the thing in question that is going to be placed on the grid. So anything that is around this doesn't really exist. It's basically as if I was creating a 1 by 1 pixel element and then, or not even a 0 by 0 pixel element, and then uh, making sure that it had like a stroke that is on the outside and that is like a very specific amount, like a one value or something. And so the, the point is going to be placed exactly at the intersection of the grid itself. So if I get like a 0.01, for example, by 0.01 element, it's going to be absolutely closer to what we actually going to have. So that is going to be my point, and I'm going to make it like 2 or 1.5 or something. Um, and with that, I can then ensure that by aligning this to the grid, I'm always going to have the proper alignment. The thing is, when I'm doing this, I'm not getting the proper alignment in my grid because it's never going to be on point exactly, and mostly because the user is going to have the ability to change the grid behavior. I need to calculate the distance in between the elements, which I could say space between grid is equal the gap. So, yeah. Um, in what software are you doing this? Ty. Because that's interesting. Also, it's not disturbance. This is Fridays. This is where we are doing some reviews. So feel free to ask. You said that you have a drop down and it's not overlapping the data, which is under this layer. So basically, you have your drop down, you click on it, and it opens underneath, not over. You are in Figma. Okay. So, did your input drop down have a frame around it? Do I have that, by the way? Uh, so basically you have one of these, right? You have the input itself, and then when you click on the thing, the content doesn't go above, right? Correct, I think. So if I do this, and let's make that our slate, so that's centered, I said. So you have your input right here, and you want to open with the content, and you want to make sure that the content that is underneath doesn't show on top, right? It goes on top of the content. So if I get let's say you have like a secondary frame underneath that is going to be lighter so that you can see that it's under the dropdown itself. When I'm opening it, the content of the dropdown is on top, right? And currently what's happening is you see you basically see this, right? When you're opening, it's underneath the content. Based on what you said, I feel like that's how I understand it. If that's the content in question. If that's not the content in question, then it's a bit of a different thing. But nonetheless, your input field is probably inside of a stack of content, which is the regular behavior. So let me just do that quickly. And let's say you have like an auto layout frame right here. And then that auto layout frame is like in the center of the frame. So when I'm going to, not that, when I'm going to start this as a prototype so that you can see how it works, your input, when I'm clicking on this one, the content that is underneath is above it because of how the stack works. So in order to avoid that and not having, which is probably what you're seeing, and you want the thing to really be on top, the only option is to change the order of that stack. So basically you change that to be, instead of last on top, you have first on top. And by having first on top, you basically ensure that now the content is underneath. That is the easiest way for you to ensure that the content is always previous underneath the next. And that will work if you're currently in an auto layout frame. If that's not the case, you basically just need to reorder your layers on the layer list to have the one that you want above the rest. But yeah, that's going to be the easiest thing. Otherwise, you need to fake the dropdown itself to be something that behaves like a dropdown, but is not a dropdown component, which means that you basically would have your dropdown content, like I have here, as a separated thing, and you just say, if I'm, like I'm going to do that right there, if I'm taking this here and placing it like right there, having just an input, let's say that this is an input, you would simply have this on click on that, your prototype goes there, which is open, and then on click on this, it just reverts, and this one is hidden. And so when you do so, you get there. I should just have opened this. That's the same. Now you have like the drop down element, and now you don't. And that way you can ensure that the thing is either above or below where you want it to be, because you can reorder the content. But that's the only thing. That's a fake animation, and it works, but it's not like the best. Not the best. I don't know if that's gonna work. That's not gonna work because of that. Yes, that makes sense. Did it work? Yay! You can also do that. For a more organic thing, and that way, with having like the layers of stuff, you would have more control on what goes where and how high your things are. You can think of it as Yeah, you can send link to screenshots on Twitch. I don't think YouTube allow links in chat, which is kind of sad. Otherwise, if you want to send something in the Discord directly, that would be also an option. But yeah, if you join the Twitch link, which I'm gonna see if I can do that right there. And join the chat there. You can just share, paste a link right away. Gonna be fine. That's the easiest thing. If you just deliberately change the values of your content, you will have the ability to just get more controls on their positioning. However, it's a lot of a pain in the ass because you need to make sure that specifically here, for example, I have no way of knowing that I have like an input drop down that is underneath because it's hidden. It's 0% opacity. I can't see it. So if I'm not paying attention to what I'm trying to do and I'm duplicating content and it's just like the top but not here, I'm ending up with not porting that invisible part and section of the drop down to where it needs to go. And so we end up with something that is not really good. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. If you share something on Discord, by the way, it's best option is going to be design and help for most things. But yeah, I really have a hard time reading your name with Jessica as G E. But yeah, that's wild. I don't know why. It's just my brain is like something happened, but then I don't know what it is. No, I know it's not you. Jessica is on Twitch. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun. But yeah, overall, that's the thing for your Z index. Like that's basically how you need to think about it. It's just like the Z index of your layers, and the higher it is in the hierarchy of the page on the side, the higher it will be. So if I have like something, let me do that. It's gonna be, I think, red on this one, and then I'm getting orange, and then let's do yellow for no particular reason, and then to break everything, I'm gonna do orange again and red again. So they are all on top of each other, with this one being the tallest, and you can see that in the Z index there. So that means that this one is at the floor. That's our first red. And so if for some reason you want your menu to always be on top of everything, you need that menu thing to be placed here in the hierarchy of information on your layer list. So that way it's always on top. It's always at the Z index that is the maximum. And when it opens, it will always be on top of all the content. That's the only way to do that. So either you do the regular thing that I said earlier, which is like your brain, the word, your stacking order is the other way around, in first on top instead of last on top, and then it works. Or you do something which is Z index based and you end up with this. But these are your options for your alignments and placements and so on. And Ty, you're saying that is getting under this. So here you basically have your drop down that is in the correct auto layout stack right there, where this input is like on top. However, your whole landing page probably has this section underneath this section, and because of that, you also have the issue. So if you take your entire landing page and you also do the first on top, that should probably fix the issue. However, the distance in between the drop down and the next section, based on how long you make the drop down go, you might need a bit more space nonetheless in between the two. So, to be checked. But yeah, that's basically it. You need your each of the A stack. That's crazy. My brain is thinking in code. Still not a dev. Stony? No. Um each of your stack, vertical stack, needs to be in first on top in order for your drop down to open properly. That's the only option that I can see and think of right there. Also, welcome on in. But yeah, that is the way. I probably have a potential stack landing page that I can show you. I know we talked about it and we used one of the adapted version. I don't have like an element that would work, but if I did, let me just add. I would need a select here instead of a drop down. Yeah, no, I can't do that. That's not the thing. Let me just drop this directly in the view. So if I do, bitch, get out. Sorry. Wrong key. Wrong key. If I do this, which is gonna be really, really bad, but it's gonna be fine. And then I'm getting the entirety of the page to be that color so that we have the thing in question, and then making it center so that whatever. This thing, by making it playable, it's probably your case. So you have your whole landing page right here, and then you have your drop down somewhere. So if I click on this to open it, it's cropped by the section in which it is. And so in order for me to avoid that, I need this entire page to take in the settings, last on top, first on top. From there, I should be good. And so if you have multiple stacks and your element is deep in multiple stacks, you need all of these stacks to make sure that they are like last at the bottom, first on top all the time, so that it goes on top of the content properly. And yeah, that's the thing. That would be the thing. At least it would be the easiest thing. So yeah. Also, Bot, I don't know if you're still lurking from far away. I took a look at this. I kind of said my piece on your stream on Wednesday, but I also like didn't deep dive on this because it's boring as fuck, but it makes sense. This is a UX evaluation platform where basically it goes through everything that I would do manually, and I don't know how trusty I can make it, and I don't know how trusty it is on its own, but it seems to be a potentially pretty good tool. So the link is on Discord, but also it's here if you want to take a look at it. And it's like basically scanning the page and understanding what is good, what is not good. and giving you some feedbacks. I don't know how I can trust it. I would need something where my personal assessment has been made and then check in contrast with the AI generated assessment. But the reason why I will not do that is because of this. I'm not doing that. I am not getting something built annually for me, um, just for me to test it out. So I don't know. I don't know. If your company is paying for it, please test it out. But yeah, entry level being like 2.4K just to test it out is a crazy thing. But like, god damn, that's crazy. Specifically, on top of that, specifically if they just create and write an article that tells you that now the AI can do it for them, and they are still charging you 9K a month, 9K a year, to get the analysis that the AI does for them in like 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, maybe 16 seconds. And that goes back to the thing that I said earlier about why ban is getting cheaper over time. The cost per user is getting lower, and therefore I don't need much money. I just need to spread things out. Therefore, that's what I'm doing. So that doesn't make sense to me. Jonathan, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? Did you move? No, you didn't move. Did you help someone move? I don't know why my brain is telling me Jonathan has moved at some point. There was something about a flat. Yes, probably the last time you were there. That's the thing. Welcome back. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. So yeah, that's too expensive for me to just test it out. So we'll see if at some point I will have the ability to do so. Pot, you said that you wanted my opinion on it. I think on paper, the article itself is good. It's giving you, or it's giving me, all the thing that I would do myself if I was doing an UX audits. So, gain of time, as always, but I don't have the means right now to be able to just spend 3K and be like, yeah, cool. I would rather spend 3K on a new computer. I can be behind them and fuck them up. No, I can get behind that in some departments. I feel like using AI for prototyping is a valid thing, but I can also see how someone that doesn't know how to design stuff would tell you that it will make you gain time. So I'm going to reuse Pencil as an example. It's the greatest example we have so far. This is AI generated pages, right? And I'm not going to say it's bad, but it's not great. And if I use an AI to generate something like this, and then I need to take basically a day to fix the alignment, to fix the small details, and so on. You know, it's sometimes not a time gainer thing, but yeah. Yeah, I would say if you have a product designer that is taking care of everything, and then you just want to have like the thing go faster, I'm not gonna lie, like pencil is gonna be so much easier for me to just go through iteration and ideation. One of the things that Theo has showcased in one of his latest videos, specifically the one that is talking about the design section of AI not being that good, and then adding some MD file to help, is we now have the ability to say, here is the prompt, the thing that we want to have, create 5 entirely distinctively different things. And that is going to be much better. So if I go into, I'm going to need to kill that. If I go into that video specifically, I don't know if I'm going to find it. I'm probably going to need to switch that. No, good. That was this one. Thanks a lot for being here, Ty. I appreciate it. If you have more questions, feel free to like ask again. But yeah. So you said the upper part is a component, so it will work. Yeah, it will work as well. Sorry. It should work as well if everything is realigned. So basically, if these ones in your image are components and you have your game section that is there, you basically want your components to be really much above, and that should be okay. Like you might need to reorganize your section right there, that section to be first on top, as we said, and then if that's not working, or if that's still not working, move it up above again. If that is still not working, I don't know. I will have a very hard time to know. Unless I can just get like access to your file to take a look at it, it's gonna be a bit complicated. So yeah, so far that's the thing in question. If I go into the presentation, there is a bit of a data related stuff, and I'm gonna just mute Theo for the time being. But basically, this thing is generating 5 different design in 5 different URLs, and he did them without the skill enabled stuff, but he did that with one specific question, one specific prompt, one specific ask on the overall thing. So it has this one, the second one is this, the third one is that, which is a bit more interesting but not that good, and the fourth one was a bit of a bento grid, which is pretty nice. The fifth one was really not good. Nonetheless, that was one of the models going through the 5, and then same thing, or he did the same thing with different models with different outputs and so on. So yeah, you can do that. You can do that if you want time, 100%. If you have like a free link where the link would be like I can be an editor as well. Share that right there. Right there. 100%. So that thing is generating like different design. Like this one is okay. They all have the exact same layout anyways. But this is something that you can do and get like basically multiple outputs in one prompt and have the entire thing to be faster. But this makes no sense if you are, as you said, if you're on a team where your product already has, god damn it, that's the wrong key. It's the wrong thing. Not there, bitch. Not there. Just there. Here. Has the correct thing. Thank you for the link. I'm gonna check that out. Has the defined design system, has the defined product direction, and so on. This video specifically is good for people that are looking for creating or generating variations of the same stuff in order to output something good in the end. So that's the thing, or that's the only thing. Am I gonna be able to do that? I don't think I am, because I don't have. I'm not logged in. So you have your components that are here. You have that as a component, and you sign in. That pisses me off. I wanted to not be signed in. Yeah, if you already have like a UI kit, everything, it just makes no sense. So yeah, I don't get it. Thank you. I don't have um I don't have the edit, but I just asked, so now you have the ability to just refresh it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let me check. So you have this thing that is not gonna work. I'm gonna be faster if I'm here rather than anywhere else. So let's do that there. I move that. Oh my god. This thing is such an annoyance. Okay, so this is above, which makes sense. Your main container right here is still on last on top. So if you change that last on top right here to first on top, it's gonna go on top of the content. So that's the thing. You want to make sure that is the data. Why did this not go through? God damn it, I hate this. Yeah. So you want to ensure all the times that your containers, all of them, are going to be on first on top, so that it makes sense. So for example, here, this whole view, this whole thing, if you make it last on top, then the last element is going to be on top of this one, which is on top of this one, and that doesn't work. If you do first on top, then everything kind of works, and that will make more sense. And so same thing, you're welcome, same thing here. Like this one, for example, I don't know exactly if this is like an auto layout frame or not, which also, I did not refresh the page. That's a new thing. That's a new icon. Threw me off. Same thing. Like if you have this as a column, you want the first on top as well, so that it's always on top. But yeah, that's how you do it. And then I see that you have a ton of duplicated components. I'm guessing this is mainly because you wanted to get all of the variation at the top for when you are selecting, which I'm guessing this is going to be that. Yeah. That's a lot of noodles for what it is, but I get it. Yeah. That's goddamn. That's a lot. But I get it. You don't really have a choice on this. So yeah, and because this is a component, as said, you want to make sure, same thing, that this element is on top of everything, because that's the element that is going to be highlighted and then changed. So you can just change that to make it above everything. That's usually what happens when you like reordering the things. But because it goes on top of that, like that whole thing, same thing. You want to make sure that this top section is on top of this bottom section, right there, and that makes sense right now. That is the case. So with that, you kind of good already. But yeah, it is a bit of a pain in the ass to understand how the stack as are working together. So I agree. I recognize how annoying it might be. But yeah, it's usually just that that setting, making sure that you have like a first on top, last on top, and it's that easy. But yeah. Well, if it's your client, well, congrats on having a client like this. This is pretty cool. You're welcome. I'm gonna close that. Let me know if you have any other question on this one. But yeah, if you have other questions, other things, same thing. Feel free to ask. It's fine as well. It is fine as well. Why am I on this one and not on the editor? That makes no sense. But yeah, no, going back to the AI generation things for product design, as we said, if you have like no idea, if you have no clue, then why not? But if you have like a bit of an idea of something, and you use shit like this, which we used earlier, which is the make first draft. Nox, welcome on in. Welcome back. How are you? And you use, let's say you have an app. I do my best, Ty. I do my best. And you just want a wireframe for the thing, and you want like 16 wireframes or something, like an onboarding or, yeah, onboarding question with 6 options. I don't know, whatever the fuck it is. And then you say make it, and it's a wireframe, and you just want to make sure that the layout is going to work, then that might be the best option to use an AI to do that. Is it? No. But from the manager point of view that is trying to save time, then that might be. We know that this is not the case. What I would recommend you to do, be careful, is ensure that you are documenting and following through, like every time you have something to do and you say, I used AI to create these things. It took me, I don't know, a minute to generate. And then it took me 3 hours to fix and match what we currently have per stream or per screen. And so you basically show them that going directly through your skills is going to take 20 to 50 minutes, and going through the AI and then the fixes that needs to happen is going to take initially 2 minutes to generate the whole thing, but then 5 hours to make sure that you polish the thing and that the alignment, the layout, the things are good and properly made. So that's one of the what do we say? Malicious compliance. That's the thing. Yes, that's the thing. Where you basically do the things on purpose as it's asked to prove that it doesn't work. And I've done that so many times. It's the most effective thing where you're like, oh yeah, you want to do this way? Cool. Let's do that this way. I'm fine with that. It's probably going to take a bit more time, but I'm fine with that. And it takes like 3 times the time. And at the end, you're like, yeah, well, that as I told you, it would take a bit more time. You know, or I can do that this way, and then you click 3 things and it's done, and they're like, oh, okay. You know, it's that easy. But yeah, no, using the first draft from Figma is a pretty good option as well. Lately, as we said, Stitch with Google, which is Galileo, which we hate, but Stitch is the same thing, will probably help you get some output. Um, but yeah. Eh. Eh. But yeah, no, Stitch is pretty good. For like wireframes and exploration. There has been things as well. I forgot the name. I think it's Google. Yes. I think it's Nano Banana Pro that has the ability to get like one of the screen and do the UX audit for you with scribble notes. So that's a thing as well that is potentially interesting to get and to attempt with your manager to just say, well, we want to, use AI. So here's the thing in question. Yeah. Um, I mean, photographs don't have pictures of themselves. They have pictures of everyone else except themselves. It's always the same for everyone. So, yeah, that's the thing. I appreciate the love on YouTube. I see all the emojis go up. Thank you. Um, but yeah, that Stitch might be interesting. It's not great, but it might be interesting. Um, other than that, I don't think we have anything else right now that I know of that is good enough for production or good enough for quick iterations um, in a way that just makes sense. Yeah, not really. So again, the thing that I used earlier, which is the random layout generator, is the best option for quick layout generation. If you just say that you want 4 rows, 12 columns, let's say like 8 columns and yeah, no, yeah, 8 columns and 4 rows, and you want 12 variations in total, and you just wanted to explore some layouts, that's much faster. That's even faster than any like AI can be. And it's not complete, obviously, but it can give you some idea of, oh, maybe I can have like a sidebar that is just a track, and then a main content with, I don't know, the code or whatever, and then a chat on the side, and then some action buttons on the bottom. And that's basically my ID right here. Like that's that layout done in one section. So I mean, to me, it is that simple, and it's just a matter of using the right tools at the right time. Um, yeah, it is. It is, and it's really helping because you go through that really quickly. You have like the basis of the potential layout that you can have, and then you're done. And it's not much, but if you say that you need something that has like potentially 12 columns and the rows is like 4, 6 is going to be fine. You can say that you want this thing to be a bit thicker, so you say 3, but like 4 is going to be fine. And then you want to explore, so you say like, I don't know, 24 versions. Maybe you want them to be a bit off center just for the sake of it, and you want some different colors because you just want to attempt stuff. Um, I don't need like in the time that this is going to take to generate all of the 24, which is done now, an AI would be struggling with the first version of the potential layout. So, like that's just to me, that's just so easy and so fast and so much more uh interesting overall because you just have that like really quickly. You don't need to think about it too much. And maybe you need a stroke of 2. And that's so much simpler. And now you have like all of your things with different sections that are highlighted. And you're done. I like these. I like these a lot. Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a rough cartoon, for sure. That is for sure. If you're looking for this, by the way. How are you, Aiden? How's the day going? How has it been? It's been a while. It's just so good. I like this thing a lot. It's the same like realm of uh lifesaver plugin as Specs. If you don't know what Specs is, I get it. Specs is this. Specs is the ability to just you select something and then you say I want the specs for this thing, and it just generate the specs with how things are supposed to be presented and what's the size and so on. These ones specifically have been reworked by me because obviously it did each and every single cell as an entry, but that's fixed. And now we have this, and that's just like such a time saver, and you don't need to think about it too much. It's just like let me get a button right there. Figma is not slow whatsoever. Right, let's say I'm getting this, and then I'm getting specs, and I just want to run that on the selected items, and it's just one button. I currently have, I think the nested component is unlisted, and now I have the specs. So I know that this is the anatomy of my buttons. It has an option to be in loader section, like loader mode, that is very much different. And then I'm getting all the thing that I need to send to my dev or to myself or to my AI to say, well, this is how it's supposed to be defined. Here are all of the variations that exist. And these two, like this one and this one, are supposed to be on top of dark mode so that you can see them. And then once you're there, you have like all the sizes, all the states that are available, all of the icon version, if there's like the icon only, non-icon only, and so on. And the layout and definition of how it's built, and then you're done. And you send that to your dev, and your dev is happy, and you're happy as well because they create things properly. Lifesaver as well. Specs is just so good. However, I need to mention that it's paid. You need to pay for it. I know. Annoying, but it's so good. But it's annoying. I wish things were free, but that's not the case. So we have that, and that's good enough. Anyways, going back to this thing, this still doesn't make any fucking sense to me. I feel like I need a displacement. If I do the displacement with the amount of gaps, we could have the proper alignments for the whole grid, but I doubt it. The reason why I'm doubting, and also I don't know why I closed this page specifically, but I did. The reason why I'm doubting is because of this. So if I'm adding the dots right now, they are starting here, like they are starting at the top of the page and then they're going down. The thing is, the space in between the two is a viable amount of space. The only space that doesn't really change, it is this on this side. So if I placed it, instead of placing the dot grid from the top left, but starting it from the top right, I may be able to align the content based on the spacing and then align it on the grid based on the grid itself, changing it to match this thing, it's pretty okay. Like the container is really close on this side and not as close on this side, which is fine. But it's still not aligned, and I wish it was aligned. So that's something that I might work on at some point to make sure that we have the whole system working properly. But yeah, yeah, that's the reason why this exists. You haven't been here like a month. So Bento is dying next week on Friday. And it's so sad because these bitches decided to acquire it and then kill it. And so in order to not have that happen again, I just built this thing, which is better because you have dark mode if you pay for it. And other themes, other modes, other whatever, other backgrounds. For now, it's just like these two, the dots and the shapes. And the options to change the grid if you want the grid to be a bit tighter, a bit less tight. You know, you can do stuff. You can do stuff, and it's nicely done. It's nicely done. So we like it. We like it. But yeah, no, that's the reason. That's the whole reason why I built Ban. It's just yeah. I mean, you're the first one, but yeah. It's been the ban me after the bento. Like that's what makes sense. You need a sandwich. I mean, I have the entire thing food oriented, or I had the entire thing food oriented with stacking and layer and so on. And yeah, it didn't really work. And then as well as me being dyslexic and a dumbass, both of them at the same time, that's the proper writing. I put the H in the wrong place. Because of the accent. I remember that the accent was supposed to be like an elongated A, and therefore I put the H at the front, and I thought it was good, and no, and it wasn't. It's so sad. It sounds the same. Yes, it sounds the same. The thing that is fun is that ban is also, it's fun that I'm top right there. Also, oh my god, who is that? Uh, ban is a cauldron in a version of in one of the Indian language. I don't know exactly which one, but it's bana apparently, and like it means feeling dizzy, or it means a cauldron to do like a potion or something where you put your ingredients in. So that's a bit of a fun stuff as well. This one's bana and not ban, but yeah. Yeah, archive is a bit of a different thing, but yes, it's the same ID. It's kind of the same ID, but that's the reason. Yeah. You feel dizzy? I see. I did that. It makes more sense. It's not better when it comes to the UI of Bento. Bento's UI is so much better for one reason. Right there. And that reason is, if you look closely, and if I take the card and I and I just drag it up, you can see how that neat like pendulum effect happens. This is such a cute thing. And then something that I haven't figured out yet. Look at the gray version, or the gray part that is basically the slot in which it's going to go. It remains. While it's going back, it is remaining in place. And for some fucking reason, I can't figure that out. I have the spot, but it just disappeared instantly. And I don't I've tried, but I can't figure it out. One day, one day. But overall, I have dark mode, which is much better. I have weird ass cards that we don't have right here, but I have like a tone matrix if you want to do some music. You know, I have themes if you want to customize your own things, and most of the cards are automated in the design, so that's a good enough thing. But yeah, I like both pot, but I don't think I have a preference. I'd say depending on the target audience, I'm just gonna use the thing that works. So if the client is necessitating, is requiring me to do like a light mode thing first, I'm gonna do light mode and it's gonna be fine. I don't really have preferences that just make sense. So yeah, both are fine by me. Actually, we haven't done any things yet, so I don't know. Yeah, the thing is, because I'm using Jonathan, because I'm using React Grid as the base element for the grid itself, I don't have a say on when that thing gets deleted, and I really don't understand. I will figure it out at some point, but you know, right now I don't know. Do not know. But yeah, that is also something that is new. And then when you look at the analytics from Bento, great. And obviously, I decided to make myself like a bit more analytics things, because that's a lot more interesting. Specifically the card clicks. Right now, because obviously I'm on the dev things right here, so that doesn't make any sense. But you would have exactly which cards have been clicked and what are the links that needs to be higher in your ranking, for example. So yeah. No, not really. But it could. It could be. But yeah, if I do that, shit. If I do that, it has all of that physics thing. I'll figure it out. The thing that I won't figure out as well is the fact that technically it is. I'm still in the free tier of Cloudflare Worker for deployment, and I'm guessing if I'm adding like a lot more physics and detection and so on, I'm gonna be bumped above. So I'm trying to not do that. And going back to what Dapshi asked about, the performance and the score are really bad. So adding more complexity is not necessarily the best option for me. Not here, at least. So getting like a bit more performance enhancements first, and then potentially maybe having that effect would be interesting. I would say what I would love to see is, like, you can see how the anchor point is roughly where my cursor is when I'm starting to drag. So it's a very different physics navigation thing. So that's a debatable point, but I like it. I like it. I'll probably had it at some point. The main thing, or main reason why it's not there yet, and the main reason why the cars look like this as well, is because if I started the entire thing looking like this, like I had in the first place, and potentially having the 32 or 40 in distance for the grid itself, which is basically what Bento has, then this is too close. And this is a lawsuit waiting to happen. If I look exactly the same as Bento, that's just not a good idea. So, yeah, we want to avoid that. But, you know, default is simple, very much different than what Bento is. It looks good, good enough. So, yeah. No, they have a bigger issue. They got acquired by Linktree. And Linktree is not is not gonna play with anything. They own the Bento trademark, basically the Bento brand. And if my thing look exactly the same as Bento from the start, then yeah, that's not the best. The copy my link though is gonna be pretty good. Yeah, I know. um, as mentioned, right? The free tier, you have unlimited links, social icons, and so on. All of the thing that I can't provide because I don't have, well, I don't have the funds to provide that. Their paid tier with the custom themes, which is something that I have as well for the custom themes, is $4.50 a month. And if you're like just build on a monthly basis, it's $6 a month. And my plan is to reach 50 cents per month, aka $6 per year. So it's a bit cheaper. But then again, they have a ton of other things. They have these things that I like a lot, like the social media scheduling is something that would be really cool to have, but impossible for me to create. And then they have like a ton of other things. Analytics is in my paid tier. So yeah, I need. I think we reached the floor at 1 million paying users. Like 1 million paying users is the tier plan, as far as I remember. But where the fuck are you? Where? Um, I'm not gonna find it. Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it. Um, But yeah, no, that's the thing. And also it is a paying users amount. So amount of subscribers, probably like 1 million users, uh, would reach the floor. The thing that is good is also, Ty, I just saw your message. Sorry. I don't know if you're still here. I know about Stitch. I don't like it. I feel like it's working, but it's also like not really good. It gives you one screen at a time instead of three, like it used to be, and the output is not that good. So for now, I would avoid Stitch by Google for now, but it will soon be better. Um, but yeah, no, the $6 a year is the floor, and with $6 a year, you are covered um, for the full year, and you're covering 3 to 5 free users as well. So yeah, that is the plan. The thing that is here is if you want to pay for lifetime, you pay like 160 once. So it's basically like 4 year at full price. You are covered for, or currently full price. You are covered for 10 years of link, and then after that, you cost me money. So yeah, the plan is if you buy lifetime, then you're done, and that's cheaper than Linktree, like pro version. It's crazy. Yeah. Damn, so fast. So fast. That's bad. What happened? That happened. Got that. You have put an image here, right? That's what you did. Fuck. Yes. Themes are for paid users. Themes are for paid users so that you have like a bit of a hint of how it could look, and you can test it out and say, well, I do like the dark mode. I do. I do like the dark mode. I do like this theme. I like the dots in the background. I like the pink. And then when you come back, it's just fully resetted to light mode, and you're like, that's sad. But yeah, it takes, so basically the system is pretty simple. It takes your fav icon as a fallback for your OG image. So if your link is providing a proper OG image for the content and a description and so on, it's going to be good. If it's not, it's not. I am so impressed though. I'm sorry. This is something that we haven't looked at. But the fact that you have psjjonathan.com and all of them exactly the same. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Dang. Dang. You might be right. I might have forgotten about that. I might need to do the ICO funnel. Yeah. You might do the same thing as me. Like, again, I have AOA.design, I have AOA.studio, I have AOA.live, and I didn't go into other things. But if I were to create, like, I don't know, movies or video of some sort. I might have like AI.video or AI.move just for the fun of it. So, you know, if I was to be a woodcrafter, a woodmaker, woodworker, I don't know. AI.wood would be kinky as fuck, but interesting.
A person without status.
Yes. If you have,
Rejected member of society.
you don't. Tristesse. So sad. So sad. I mean, it could be so good. Again, the list of TLDs. Your top level domains and things is just you have so many, first of all, but then like it's so nice to know that they exist and that you can get something like a .ren, .shin, .weibo, which is kind of weird, but why not? The French one, because I'm French, I could get like a .me, but in French, .moi. Sounds so bad.
A being with no place in our world.
But yeah, it's so I mean, it's so nice to see that you have like so many options. The one that I wanted was this. Because let's imagine if ban.me is a replacement for bento, and the replacement was ban.to, it would have been so good. It would have been crazy. It would have been low suited in a day, but goddamn, just the domain names would have been so good. And yeah, a .to just doesn't exist. What are you going to make, Jonathan? That's an interesting expedition right there. Like the .com in Cyrillic is pretty impressive. No one can type it. So you have the Indie, Bengali, Indie, and Korean something. That's crazy. I didn't know about that. I did not know. There is a .Tokyo. That's interesting. Just Toray. A .Toshiba, the total. A .Toyota. And that's it. Yeah, Ben Tokyo is the only one. But I'm 100% sure that there is a white man named Ben, or Benoit, very French, that lives in Tokyo that has the domain. That's, I mean, then there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. But yeah, like there is so many things for your TLDs to do fun TLDs and end up with a landing page that just advertise itself easily. So, yeah. Interesting. That's fun. Well, congrats on having that as a project. That is neat. That is neat. I don't know. Maybe I might. Then you walk on in. Also, I slided for no fucking reason. I saw something earlier and I laughed a bit. Are you at the top? Are you not at the top? Is it like not here? God damn it. I know. Please show me something. That's pretty cool though. I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty cool. I am way too low for this. That's probably gonna be at the top. At an higher post. You know what? I saw this and I laughed because I said, don't use Dan in the background. Ah. Did you off-white the thing? Also, just have good food. I don't know how how long I'm gonna stream today. Usually I end up close to now, so probably close to now. But have some good food. Enjoy the food. Um, Orange is a bit of a tempted thing. This is cool. Congrats. Okay, I hate the corners. That's a me thing. Don't worry about it. I love the background statement. That's really cool. It's probably not very much visible on the on stream, but that thing, real cool. Personally, I would do things. I don't hate it, but it's just like it feels weird. It feels out of place for something that is not supposed to be out of place like this. Like there is nothing else that is. If the divider was orange, if the icons were orange, maybe there would be a bit of a fix. So yeah, that's the thing. That orange, yes, I can. That orange is interesting, but have a good meeting, and then I'll see if I'm still here when you come back. Meeting at 12 in the afternoon. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, I do. Sorry. I it's fun that we talked about this on last stream, and then we see the reflection, the thinking, the color schemes for everything. Everything kind of turned orange really fast. This is debatable, not good. Yeah, for that reason. Apparently it's one per color. And they are most of them are called orange. I do like this. By the way, it's a bit of a different thing while Benny's in the meeting. I do like this process of saying, here is where I am right this instant. This is what I have in mind. And that's where we are. And then I'm just duplicating it, changing something, just one thing or two, and seeing how I feel about it, and then moving on to another one and then seeing how I feel about it. Because when I'm usually, some of the times, when I'm usually doing some of the tests, I'm going to do the test on the same thing. So I'm gonna go through the page, change something, and then go back, change something else, and then go back, change something else, and staying on the same like first draft basically, and losing a ton of things. Share the link. I want the link. So that's an interesting thing. But I want to know when that happened. That happened just there. Yeah, well, that's the interesting thing. That's the wrong button, bitch. That's not what you were looking for. That is not what I clicked on. I got surprised. Neat. You have this. You have a similar hair type, right? I mean, Brazilian, but yeah, kind of. Yeah, I know. I mean, I just saw that a second ago. God damn. Like, god damn. What happened? What happened? That's cool. Ah, that's cool. The fact that you got the car flying by and getting that as a distortion. Neat. Yeah. You have one section with nothing. Ah. Also, I just died. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm still alive. It's okay. It's okay. This stream today has been dying 4 times. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Last 2 weeks, not even last 2 weeks, since January, no issues. We may have had like one break here and there in January, and it was fine overall. And then February comes along. First stream fine, second stream one break, and now third stream basically 4 in a long time. I've been live for a long time for my standards. So, god damn, that's crazy. It's crazy. Probably gonna die soon again. On top of that, that makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. But yeah, I wanted to do that. I want to steal. I want to steal. I'm gonna steal that. I want to see. There is probably a ton of fonts that I don't have access to, and a lot of images that not gonna go through. One of the things that I'm obviously gonna do is that. For no reason. No reason whatsoever. It's just making it a bit more interesting. And then here, the thing that I had in mind for a split second was if we get, and that's a bit of a more complex thing, but it could work, could be really interesting. If I'm getting that as a floating element with, sorry, wrong key, wrong card, wrong key again. God damn, I'm talking C. If I do that white with probably, hmm. Maybe. I don't know why that's what I thought about, but that's what I thought about. I don't know, there is something about the physicality of this thing to be a bit more, a bit better with a bit of a texture. However, it might be more interesting to put it in the corner than anywhere else. I mean, I do like it here, but anyways, small changes. The grain in the background is pretty cool. That could benefit from one of these. Our usual. God damn it. Have a good vet session. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon with the photography. I'm going to do minus 0.05 so that it's at the top. It's a bit of a highlight from the inside to see what it works. Well, please do. Please do. We'll be here. We'll be here. That thing is really cool. It might be a bit complicated. At times. But we'll see. We will see. That's just AI fixed, you know. You just want to make sure that it doesn't scream. I've just generated this whole thing. Just use a sentence. Sentence. Just use a comma. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Most people don't know what a hem dash is, so that's the reason why I'm like, maybe not. And then this thing is what I wanted to work on since the first time. We'll see if it works. So the plan on this for me is a pure white highlight at 2 and 2. I see. I see, that's an issue. So that unlocked, that's 16, and then that's 100%. And then having an inner shadow at 2. That's what I wanted to do. Just add a bit of texture to the thing. It's not much, and it should be a tad bit blurred as well. Like that's something that should happen. Oh, and that should happen as well. Sorry, 1 second. There, and that's the inner shadow, so that doesn't really matter. And this one is supposed to be a layer blur at like 1 or something. As always, if you don't know what I'm doing and why I'm doing this every time when I'm doing these effects, when you want to have an embossed text or something that is from the floor raised or carved or something, the edges are usually kind of smooth and usually kind of flowy. So you end up with a bit of blur. You add a bit of blur to get like that more realistic behavior. So that's the thing. That's the reason. Yeah. That I did at 16. Let me see if I do that with a bit here. And we want that to be a tad darker. Yeah, that's interesting. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, but it's interesting. I think it's too high. Like the secondary highlights that I done right there is too strong, and the 4 is too strong as well. Like it needs to be at 2 for the amount of blur. Probably a -1. Create a more smooth transition. A smoother transition. Interesting. That divider here is because of that? Yeah, it is. Would that change if we make it screen, multiply? Maybe a multiply could work so that we can still see the divider through. We lose the highlight a tad, but it's interesting. And based on current design trends, something like a secondary layer blur would be interesting as well. Like, or the layer blur itself being like a progressive layer blur is an interesting thing. As if the pen has bled into the paper itself. Small details. This is expected. I'll not touch that. These are really cool. So that's the only thing that I'm like, it's nice. I wanted to do something similar to Band, which is pretty fun. I wanted to give you the ability to get your name in the background as the background inside of these options, like not URL, but like username branding at the bottom. But it's a bit too much, so I decided not to do that. But yeah, it's an interesting thing nonetheless. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, it works. That's the thing. It's it's still too small. The text is still too small for me. There are still things that in there that are just like would benefit from a bit more font radius, a bit more adaptations here and there, like these containers, for example, may benefit from a tad stronger than this. But yeah, be at 16. Oh, we've done that this way. I see. Why? Ah, you just want, yeah. I'm still on Arc. I'm still on Arc. I have um Orb somewhere. Yeah, Aura right here. That is weird, not really good. Um, but yeah. Don't worry about it, Ty. You good? Did you hear me say something about Stitch or not at all? If it's no, it's fine. Yeah, I feel like more rounded would make more sense. Also, that's wild. Um, Stitch is Galileo. If you remember, Galileo is something that I kind of despised, but they got acquired by Google, and Google has rebranded them to Stitch, and therefore, um, I don't like them. It's okay, but it's not great. It's yeah. Um, I did Teeny Tiny Chains, um, where these things have a bit of a have a good rest of your day, Ty. Thanks a lot for being here on YouTube. I appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Um, so these are a bit more at an angle for the sake of dynamism and changes. I made some teeny tiny improvement or changes on adding a bit of a texture to the orange. I don't know exactly if it's a good idea or not, but I feel like it's missing something, either a gradient or a texture or something else. So I just added that for the sake of adding that. Then I took a look at the color radius. I feel like 16 is better than 8 that you have here, but that's preference. It doesn't really matter. And then at the bottom, I kind of went all in with my regular things by making your signature in the background be a progressive blur to the bottom and an embossed thing so that it has a bit of a shadow inside, a bit of a highlight as well, blending mode to make it make sense. But yeah, so that's a pretty cool thing. But yeah, no, we we zoomed out on your end. We did zoom out. I think you've done a pretty good overall job here. You just did this weirdly. instead of having like one single element with a border. Um, you know, but yeah, no, yours are intact. I just moved that to my side to check things out. Um, but yeah, no, that orange is an interesting thing. It is very much a warp orange, which I don't know if you want to be associated with. They're not bad, but you know, just for the sake of not being the same as everyone else. These copper are interesting. This one is a bit more green than this one. These are very basic, but they work as well. And the regular um, metal that you have done, I feel like there is something to be done with a mix of your orange and your metal to have like a Rabbit R1 vibe to it. You know, like that's the type of thing that you could potentially achieve with that edges of that plasticky orange thing, and that would work with the vibe that you wanted to have. So that's an interesting potential addition. This is cool as well. The E being orange red, which is really similar to the Apple Watch Ultra, right? That thing is pretty common. The other side as well with the action button. If we do have the fucking action button, we don't. Oh my god, yeah, that thing right there um, is interesting and could be a reference. It made me make me feel the same, like same vibes, similar vibes overall. So that's a interesting thing. The rest of these are interesting. I like how when you're looking from far away, you have very much white. Not really, but like very much white. And then you go with a very craft paper, and then pure blue on the other end, and then more yellow, but not too much, but a bit of pink, and then kind of off-white-ish gray, as in blue-based. This one is a bit darker, which is interesting, but these ones are pretty cool. I do like what you've done with the texture in the background, um, but yeah. Uh, yeah, I did. Who do you think I am? God damn. Of course. Um, I mean, it's just it's subtle, but it's right there. It makes sense. Like you can see the difference in between the two. If I'm like zooming in side to side, you can kind of see that one of them is a teeny tiny bit lower in density and vibrancy, and that this is a bit more yellow than this. That's just the grain. The grain is giving some texture, which is really cool. You would need like such an interesting rendering for the grain, um, but yeah, no, it's pretty good. I I fear I fear this because this has no business being here. Like, um, that's not necessarily the logo of Planned. Um, no, it shouldn't be orange. Planned is blue, so the logo of Planned should be blue. Um, but it's more like it's not. It's weird. Like I would rather you do a piece like this as designer icon, add Planned. Um, but yeah, I don't think the animation could work. I mean, the bento animation with the cloud and things could be an option, but it's also like kind of complex to have. Um, Yeah. To me, there is something with the regular fonts that is kind of weird to me. The serif font is fine, but that's it. It's just fine. I mean, there is something about it that is good. As I mentioned earlier, this is very much the thing that you had. That vibe that you kind of worked on a while back now, um, which right now is not in there. But like you worked on these things, and I do remember them. But you know, like you have had that idea of putting your face and putting other things in the header for a long time, and that's also probably one of the reasons why I'm like, you know what? Maybe that feels familiar. Um, but meh, meh, meh. But yeah, no, overall, I think you did pretty good. The the details on the cover cards are really cool. The complexity of them is going to be what you will struggle with if you want to build that with code. Your progressive blur here is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass to achieve. Your corners being exactly the same is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass as well to properly create. So one of the things that I could potentially give you as a potential thing that you can just have um, and do if you want to is if your cover is this thing, and let me do that instead. And then, oh, you did that this way. I see. I see. If I'm getting this with what you wanted to have, which I know is not exactly the same, but I'm just going to use that as a base. I'm going to use a stroke that is pure, your pure orange that you currently have. Make sure that it's at like 2 points, so it's thicker than what you had. And then making this a dash line environment, which I know is different than what you had exactly placed, but it's kind of the same. So if I'm getting like a capped, centered, with a 12, 24 value, just for the sake of the transitions, and then making that centered, it's where it's supposed to be. Maybe there is a bit of a need for less space for the transition, but it doesn't really matter. Then, if you do that, and then you simply have these be radial gradient that are from here to here to 0%, so that your corner, you should place it exactly in the corner, and you make sure that you have like a 45 for your transition. And a perfect circle. That would give you the edge that you had by simply having one of them done. So that thing is duplicated 3 times, so that this one is getting right there. Exact same distance, exact same placements, exact same things. Like that's just you will do that procedurally, but like you would have your placement proper. That's a pretty good option. But yeah. I don't think, going back to your question, because you asked the question and I didn't really answer, I feel like this is okay. It's just I've seen it so much that obviously I have seen it so much. That's the thing. So for you to, if you use that and you feel like it's fine and you haven't seen it so much, and you think that the people that are looking at your portfolio haven't seen it too much, then that's good. The rest is good. I still personally have a bit of an issue with the 14 here. I would go for probably 16 for the placement. And then that is supposed to be inside, which isn't the case, but you know, um, it does not really, at least not for me. But it, like, that's why it doesn't. You don't have product before or after, um, and you don't have product design in here. And that's like, how can I say that? If I tell you I have a passion for details and I pursue excellence in my creations, I could be a chef. I could be cooking and creating plates. I could be a designer. I could be um, a fashion designer. I could be a woodworker. Um, I could be a mechanic with a passion for details and making sure that what I'm doing is excellent. Like the engines that I'm building are excellent, and you know they are really good. So these wording are not necessarily product related. They are vague enough so that people can adapt it. Yeah, I know it's wild. I wasn't expecting it, but it's still the case. So you know it happens. Um, but if you just give me the product designer or software designer or something designer in your header first, then the passion, the tagline that you have underneath makes a lot of sense. But I need to define which category I need to apply these like delightful words about yourself underneath to which categories, because it doesn't really matter otherwise. So that's the main thing. Other than that, um, you're kind of good. Other than that, you're kind of good. Yeah. But you're like, dang. I'm not sure about the corners though. I don't mind them, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Also, this one is funny. That's something from last time as well. I didn't talk about it, but it's kind of this is funny to me. Uh, you have it twice. You have it here as well, um, but it's it's not giving me any information. Uh, like 8,000 in 1 month. Did something else happen? Like, did the thing close after a month? Um, like I know it's in the first month because you mentioned that here, but it's also like, uh, couldn't it do more than that? Like where we stopped at 8K and then we couldn't get any more. That's kind of um, stuffed. If you said something like you made uh, 80K in total and 8K in the first months, then I can see that it's been like, I don't know, 3 years and it's been kind of dying down with time, but it still has made the bulk of the profits in the first months. So I understand that for engagement and so on, it makes sense. But if it's just like 8K like this, I'm like, I don't know. So for me, that value is kind of, it's a vanity value, which makes sense. Um, but it's also like a non-necessary value. And you decided to write them in regular text instead of these, which might resonate with the people that are watching your things. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't like this thing. And I've seen it. I've seen it, specifically this. What the fuck happened? Um, Specifically the bump. But you've seen that. That's crazy. The Golden Globe is just like, oh my god. That's fun. That is just fun. I also, for any American in the chat, I want to know why you still have this. Marcy, hi, what on it? Why is it still considered the US? This, I mean, I know it's for security and so on and whatever and ego, but I, it makes no fucking sense. Like, this is cut off by a landmass that is bigger than yourself. But no, this is still us. It's the same thing. I'm saying that as French, which has land here, which we shouldn't have either. Like, it's so far away. We shouldn't, but we still do. So, you know, um, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I would say that's the thing. I don't think you've done like a bad job at all. I think you've done a pretty good job overall for everything. I do think that overall there are some stuff in there where these text and the font size that you have made here for the quotes is much better than the font size that you have here. So when I look at this as a preview, I have a bit of a harder time to read these text here than the ones that are like the footer itself. So yeah, that's a thing. Um, so yeah, um, I don't know. Also, going back to Alaska and where it is, Gigi, also welcome on it. How are you? How's the day going? Um, People don't realize it, but for some fucking reason, let me go into the map and then Alaska. Um, you are so close to Russian soil that I understand that this is like a defense specific point. But goddamn. Which made me, I mean, it made me realize the same thing the first time that I realized that this is Japan up to, I think, here. Or here. I forgot which one it is. I think this one is Japan and this one is Russia. So, same shit. Like the fact that both of these are like, you can see them from the other side. And same thing here. If you're on this pier right here, you can see Russia and Russia can see the US. And it's just funny. It's funny to me. But yeah. That's crazy. I did not know that. I did not know. Um But yeah, nonetheless, keep playing around with these. Denny, I think you've done enough variations for the header. Um, but yeah, it's fun nonetheless. It's fun to work on that. I don't know if the orange button as a plastic button is a good idea. It might be a good idea. I'm not gonna lie, it might be a good idea, but it's also potentially just a tan too much for a lot of people. So that's a debatable point. It could be it could be thing. It could be a thing. The important potential thing in your current gradient for the metal is that you have something that is a bit too straight, um, too like equal in their highlight. So that's the thing that I don't know if hmm, hmm, if it's good, but it might be good. No complaining here. It might be a bit too predictable, but I mean, metal, very clean metal is predictable, so it makes sense. But you may want to get like some different sizes of things here and there. That might make more sense. But yeah, that's the thing. I'm gonna send you here. Yeah, that's gonna make sense. I'm gonna send you here because I don't know why I'm still live. It makes no sense. Makes no sense. uh, but yeah, we are sending you right about here because that makes sense. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Highly appreciated. Today was pretty good. Very slow in the beginning, but also, at the end of the day, we good for the things. If you have questions, join the Discord. Ask the question there when I'm not live because that makes sense. I shall be back. Did I update this? I didn't. I shall be back on Monday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time. That's gonna be the thing. If you are into perfumes, use perfumes. If you are into social media links, use that. And if you are into learning Japanese, use that. That is the whole trinity of links. I don't want the fourth one. And guess what? Guess what? I updated the numbers. I updated the number. Oh my god. That's impressive. I did it. I did the number. This was stream number 15. Anyways, as always, take care of yourself. Um, you know the drill. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. I forgot to press the button earlier, so it's gonna be faster. But yeah, I'll see you on Monday. And then maybe I will have some updates for band, but I have doubts. The performance are gonna be still shit. That's the plan. And yeah, Potbot, I don't know if you heard what I said about the UX tool from earlier, but it's fine, but it's too expensive. If you have access to it, use it. But yeah. Anyways, take care of yourself. I'm gonna send you automatically, non-automatically, because you know, timing and so on. Anyways, bye.